the views of the RCT from many of the country. And one of the study is from Thailand, the colorectal surgery in emergency setting. This study showed that the ERAS in the emergency setting is feasible and safe. Thus, the ERAS protocol can do at a lower compliance because we cannot do everything in the pre-operative period. But in the intraoperative and postoperative, we can use the concept of the ERAS. And what we get from the ERAS in the emergency setting, they show that the emergency setting with the ERAS protocol can minimize the length of stay, likewise the elective cases. What we are going to do next to change the future, first, we cannot collect or deal with the previous generation of surgeons and workers, but we can do with the next generation. So we have involved the ERAS protocol in the curriculums to the undergrad and the postgrad level. And the second thing is to create and support for the next generation of surgeons to be an ERAS surgeons. And the important thing is we need the network to do these ERAS to become true. Finally, I would like to confirm that the ERAS protocol is a safe protocol for doing with our patients. This can improve the patient safety and can reduce the post-op complications, and we have saved the money from this protocol. Lastly, I think the most compliance of the ERAS protocol can have the clear benefits of the ERAS. So we encourage all of you to do the ERAS with a high compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vinay. I think questions we ask at the end. Dr. Vinay, you can come and sit. I will hand over to the Dr. Anup, our co-chair, for the introduction of the second speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Vinay, for a nice presentation. Let's welcome our next speaker, Dr. Eliza May Francisco. She is the head of Nutritional Support Team and Weight Management Center. She is currently working in Mary Mediatrix Medical Center, Philippines, and her achievements are she is a chair in International Clinical Nutrition Section, Spain, and she was the past president of Philippine Society of Parental and Internal Nutrition. And her area of interest are home nutrition, weight management, geriatric, and palliative care.
Thank you. So, good morning, everyone. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me today, especially Ravinder Reddy for inviting me to this conference. And today I will be talking about Malnutrition Awareness Week initiatives around the world. So for disclosures, I'm a key opinion leader and speaker for various companies. However, I have no financial disclosures related to this topic today. Just an overview of Malnutrition Awareness Week. It is the second largest educational event of ASPIN, following the Clinical Nutrition Week or conference. It was created in 2012 to raise awareness of malnutrition and to educate healthcare professionals, government leaders, community agencies, as well as patients and caregivers on early intervention. It has exponentially grown over the years, globally or worldwide, and has received numerous recognitions from government leaders. In 2020, MAL was reported to reach over 9.8 million people worldwide. So in 2021, the theme was nutrition is a human right. And this was a spin-off from the publication of Clinical Nutrition and Human Rights, an international position paper, which was published in June in NCP Journal. And this was written by an international group composed of ASPEN, Finlampe, PENSA, as well as the Western African PEN Society. And my group from the International Clinical Nutrition section of ASPEN were part of this group. And this advocates for all patients to have access to food and evidence-based artificially administered nutrition and hydration. So what groups are important in making now a success? So we have the members, of course. So these are the members of the ASPEN, as well as the members of the nutrition committee that come together to come up with the content and the information that will come out on the posters, the website, the educational materials that are given to the ambassadors, as well as the educational materials that are posted on social media. We also have corporate sponsors. So these, of course, are from healthcare as well as pharmaceutical companies. We have media partners both on print and on network like TV and radio, and partner organizations such as the BUPEN, and initially it was the Canadian Nutrition Society. But since then, several partner organizations have come into the picture, including the different chapters in the US and different PEN societies across the world. And in the center of these groups are the ambassadors. And the ambassadors can be anyone. You don't have to be the ambassador from your country. You don't have to be the chosen one. You can volunteer. Of course, initially, we have one ambassador per country. And in subsequent years, these ambassadors have been able to recruit more. So I join and encourage our friends in the audience, if you want to become an ambassador for India or for your institutions, for example, ARG Hospital or East Avenue Medical Center, you can contact ASPEN or you can contact me, and then I can hook you up with the organizers. So the next one will be in September next year. So for 2022, the theme was nutrition is a patient right. So earlier it was nutrition is a human right. And as I said earlier, the number of people reached has exponentially grown from 9.8 million in 2020 to 230.5 million in 2022. So this is a 20-fold increase around the world. This is because of all the ambassadors as well as the members who have been actively spreading the word about malnutrition awareness in their countries and their institutions as well. So what were the things or the projects included in the 2022 campaign? So there were legislative lobbies, there were state proclamations. These were mostly in the US. New tools were launched. There were books also that were launched also or were offered, and discounts were given. So there's the t-shirt as well. If you were at the lecture of former president or chair of ASPEN, Gail Kresge, this was the shirt that they were wearing. So it said, nutrition is a science, not an opinion. And then there are also nutrition support certificates and lots of practice tools, tip sheets, and flyers, which were given to the members. So everything is on the website, and these are all free. So during that week, they had webinars at the same time of the day, so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday on various topics and with various sponsors. So, for example, there was one on malnutrition in the older adult, and specifically focusing on identification and intervention in the community setting. There's one on updates and current approaches on the adult patient, one on regulatory perspectives in standardizing malnutrition, applying the latest findings from notable malnutrition publications, applying it to practice, and on the last day of the week, there was a webinar on challenges in treating malnutrition in both the adult and pediatric patients with hepatic and renal diseases. So a lot of interesting free webinars. And for 2022, there were additional lectures and webinars offered. For example, the JPM Journal Club and the AGA Gastrobites. And other sponsors and other institutions like the ILAS or the Ibero-Latin American Society also sponsored some events. And we will see on the right side of the slide that other organizations in other countries and regions followed suit. So from the ASPEN, from the American Society, we now have the Canadian Malnutrition Awareness Week, which was around 2 weeks after the American one. And then Malnutrition Week in ANZ, so Australia and New Zealand. So that was October 10 to 14. Unfortunately, I was not able to get photos from these groups. And then the UK also had their own Malnutrition Awareness Week. And ESPEN launched their first Malnutrition Awareness Week after their conference. So this was November 7 to 11. So this goes to show that malnutrition awareness has really affected and had an impact on people all around the world, making them also want to do their initiatives. However, hopefully in the future, maybe these societies can come together and we can celebrate it all on one day. Similar to Christmas, it's the same for different countries, and something like Nutrition Day, wherein it's consolidated across all countries. So, in the 2022 campaign, our group in ASPEN encouraged our colleagues to spread the word about the importance of nutrition and the identification of malnutrition in their organizations. And we asked them to organize their own MAU events in their institutions and to post them on social media. And some of them even asked for state proclamations. So this was concluded in September 19, on September 19 to 23 of this year. And at the conference in Seattle, there was a booth also promoting this project. So how do you become a Malnutrition Awareness Week ambassador? As I said, just connect with the ASPEN. You don't have to be a member. For my new friends, from the LLL course, you can send me a WhatsApp message and I can sign you up for next year. And when you are an ambassador, you can organize an event at your institution. You will have an ambassador bus kit. So it's like a whole set of resources at your fingertips. And we also have a MAU Solution Center. And we hope that next year our 200 plus million will grow even further to maybe billions. So I just wanted to report that in 2022 we had a total of 158 ambassadors, and of these, 53 were based outside the US. This goes to show that the MAU is becoming, people are becoming more active in MAU internationally. So these are examples of things that you have in the bus kit. So we have they're already in templates, so you don't need to invent anything. It's already written for you, and you just have to change the name and the sender and the recipient and the organization. So we had copies for email. We also had newsletters. We had tip sheets, a lot of posters already designed by Aspen, which you could post on social media or print in your institutions. There are even stickers and buttons. And the ambassadors shared their stories on Facebook. And for those who were ambassadors, they were given free webinar codes. So that's the advantage of having an ambassador in your institution or country. And in the meetings, in planning Malnutrition Awareness Week, we found that peer-to-peer social media is more effective. So in this day and age of people using Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, we were able to reach more people with this. And this was compared to years before, like in 2012, it was mostly through posters and print ads, and it didn't reach that many people, not like in just the last 2 years, especially during the pandemic. So in the US, the National Academy for Science and Mathematics also joined in this campaign, and various companies also shared Malnutrition Awareness Week posters. So from the US, come with me on this flight. Buckle up, and we're going to different parts of the world. How do I play? Click. Okay. So this is a 12-hour journey from the US to the Philippines. So in the Philippines, through our Pen Society PhilSpen, we celebrated Mao starting 2019. And we had these posters within the organization and shared with our members. And our leaders of PhilSpen celebrated now with 5 basic nutrition support courses, namely 1 for doctors, 1 for nurses, 1 for dietitians, 1 for pharmacists, and 1 for nutrition support teams. We usually conduct these on different dates throughout the year. However, in celebration of Mao, we had a BNS festival. So in the poster, in the picture, you will see it's a BNS festival. So we did everything on one day, in one venue. And this emphasized that malnutrition awareness should be shared not only by physicians or dietitians, but by all healthcare professionals. And in my institution, in Mary Mediatrix Hospital, which is south of the capital of Manila, our dietitians had t-shirts made, and we had posters in the driveway of the emergency room. So this was very visible to everyone coming into the hospital, and we had a lot of inquiries, like, well, what's this poster about? And our dietitians were there to talk about it to patients as well as the other doctors. We have a nutrition clinic, and so this is a weight managed clinic as well. And our dietitians had a campaign that whole week to remind patients about the importance of nutrition and early detection of malnutrition. And to spread the word in the hospital, we had a campaign blitz in different critical care units. So ICU, coronary care unit, as well as the pediatric intensive care unit. In subsequent years, like in 2021, which was already during the pandemic, we continued to celebrate Mao. So in the picture, you'll see that there are different posters, a different set of posters still in the emergency room driveway. This time, this room was converted to the hot clinic for COVID. So most COVID patients would come there and they would see these. So the difference from the first photo was no more shirts. We're wearing our scrubs and our masks. And even in the weight management clinic, we continued to celebrate now. I included this photo to show you that there was a time in my country that we all had to wear face masks. And this was 2020 and 2021. And I had to wear a different, not a white coat, but PPE. So same posing in that same spot in the hospital. The Philippine College of Medical Nutrition Physicians also celebrated now in 2021 virtually, and we had Professor Gil Hardy, past and the founding president of the ICMS of Aspen, to give the keynote address and lecture. And he was part of the human rights group, so nutrition as a human right, and he gave a lecture on this because this was the theme, nutrition is a human right. So thank you, Gil, for gracing that occasion. And since then, after launching it in Philspen and in my institution, I have been able to recruit more ambassadors from our country. So Cardinal Santos Medical Center, which is in the capital, also celebrated this year with social media posts and sharing of their posters. And then another institution in Manila, the Victor Potenciano Hospital, also celebrated. So this is where we see that it's really going to grow exponentially. If you recruit one person, that person will recruit more people, and those people will recruit even more people. So next, we go to just maybe a 3-hour flight going south to Indonesia. So let me share with you the experiences from Indonesia. So I recruited Dr. Lucy Sutanto of INESPEN, and she's also part of the Indonesia Nutrition Association. And they celebrated now in 2019 in their clinics, in their hospital. And during the pandemic, 2022, they actually converted or translated the material into the local language. So this is the first in, I think, outside of the US, in Asia, to have a translation. So this would be beneficial in reaching more of the local patients and population because it's something more understandable. So this is an example of the poster, which was translated and verified with other translators and sent back to our committee to recheck if the translation was accurate. So from Indonesia, where do you want to go next? I'm not sure. We're going to take a long, no, not so long flight, short flight again to Vietnam. So in Vietnam, our ambassador is Dr. Nguyen Thu, and she's an internist and a friend of mine, so I invited her to be an ambassador, and she's been very active since 2020. So in their hospital, they had many activities, including posting it on their website as well as their internal network, having even a live stream talk show and posting on Facebook. And then they even had a poster competition and other posters on Facebook targeting not only the adults but pediatric population, overweight and obese, those with chronic diseases and geriatric patients, as well as even pregnant patients. So malnutrition is something that can be applied to all these groups. And in 2022, they conducted a webinar entitled Strategies for Managing Obesity and Cardiovascular Complications in Obesity. And there were some speakers from Aspen as well. And again, they also had postings in their website, in their internal network, and talk shows. So Thu is a celebrity in her home country, so that's why they interview her on TV shows often. And for this year, they had a food contest. And so that's something that's very relatable to the lay people, and it encourages patients to eat healthy. So from Vietnam, we will now go across to Europe. So the ESPEN. So this is a new initiative of ESPEN, just celebrated a few weeks ago, November 7 to 11. And they involved various aspects such as education, science and research, application in clinical practice, as well as networking within members of the society. And these are examples of posters. Again, they stuck to the theme, nutrition care is a human right. And they also posted infographics and posters with different messages or specific messages. For example, malnutrition is a neglected threat for every patient. One on malnutrition, having longer stays in the hospital. So Anuti was talking about length of stay. Malnourished patients have higher inpatient mortality. So this is something that can be, if you see that poster, then it can relate to you, and you will be like more involved. And this is the action plan of ESPEN, and they had various activities also throughout the week, including the LLLs, the ESPEN Symposium, the LLL Sampler, Nutrition Day celebration, and also a policy webinar. And lastly, from Europe, we're going to go to Latin America. Sorry, I forget the itinerary because there's so many flights and I'm jet lagged. So in Latin America, a lot of active ambassadors there. So the ILAS Society of Aspen celebrated MAU 2022. Those are our friends in Guatemala also celebrated in their hospital. Our very own member of the ICNS and incoming chair, Maria Paula Coelho, was also my recruit as an ambassador for Brazil, and she was instrumental in translating the information into Portuguese. And then we also have friends from Panama as well as Argentina celebrating now 2022. Sorry about this slide. I'd like to invite all of you to the next MAU celebration, which will be September 18 to 22, 2023. And as I said, you're welcome to become an ambassador. Okay. So the theme for next year, as of now, is still malnutrition care is a patient right. And is that the last slide? It won't change. Stop. So in closing, I thank my colleagues from the International Clinical Nutrition section for supporting MAU and for helping spread the word about Malnutrition Awareness Week and recruit more ambassadors. So thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Eliza Francisco, for a nice presentation. Any question from the floor? Okay, we'll take the question at the end. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Eliza.
Our third speaker is Dr. Aldoriza Noroyusi. He's the Associate Professor in Clinical Nutrition from the Mashhad University of Medical Sciences in Iran. Currently, he is the president, Iranian Society for Clinical Nutrition, and his area of interest are the MNT in ICU and malnutrition. Over to you, Dr. Noroyoshi. Is there? So, is it a recorded presentation?
Yes, ma'am. No, madam.
No? Is there a recording for that? Can you just check it? Recording? So, in his absence, shall we just move to the next presentation? Then, if there is recording or something, you can sort it out. Our next presenter is Dr. Varsha Asrani. So I think she's an advanced ICU dietitian. I don't think you need any introduction for her. Not you, Varsha. Okay, so where is she? Hmm? I know, different. Where are they? There she's coming. So, Varsha, I think your presentation is now on. So, the Dr. Varsha is an advanced ICU dietitian from the Department of Critical Care Medicine from the Auckland City Hospital, University of Auckland. She has achieved many things. She's one in 9 New Zealanders to secure the prestigious Career Research Training Fellowship in 2017, followed by the 2 Elite Health Trust Awards in 2018 and 2019, followed by the recent funding in 2021 and 2022 for the work and outcomes in a PhD vials and other research prospects. Her area of interest was nutrition and IV fluid therapy in critical gut dysfunction failure in critical illness, nutrition leadership in the ICU. Yeah. Over to you, Varsha. Yes.
సరే పెట్టి ఇవి పెట్టు ఇదే కదా ఇక్కడ ఇంత మొత్తం ఫోటో అన్నీ పెట్టి ఏమి కదా Madam, please check the presentation. No, that's not mine. Yeah, that's a different version. Presentation. Photo రాలేదా నీకు?
My slide is already telling. If you will display it, I'll be able to tell you where.
Okay, you have this presentation?
Yeah, it is there. Yeah.
I think all the, sorry for all the, this kind of.
Okay. It's a very pleasant morning to all of you. There are 3 Varshas on campus, so I'm not surprised. And Varsha means rain, so we are really raining. Okay. Basically, I'm the former president of ISPEN, and considering that, our government of India has included nutrition in the allied health sciences. This purpose of this presentation was also mainly to see what sort of plan we need to have, role that ISPEN has to have. And it is also something which can be a roadmap for the new societies that are coming in. For example, we have the group from Nepal here, and I was the one who started the Sri Lankan Dietitians Association. And I think the next Pensa, the year after Pensa, is going to be in Sri Lanka. So I think we all need to get our own South East Asia group becoming very strong. Dr. Vinay set the ball rolling of saying how we need to adapt the international guidelines. And this is an attempt to see how we can have the allied health scientists move forward. But the first thing we need to, so in this presentation, you would be looking at integrating nutrition in clinical practice by defining the art and science of clinical practice. This begins with evolving allied health scientists in clinical practice, but that wants us to first start with deciding what we need to call ourselves. Do we say we are clinical dietitians, clinical dietetics, or we want to say clinical nutritionists? And the standard practice care, like you have IRAS, you have standard practice for dietitians and nutritionists, which is known as nutrition care process. And how we bring about the medical nutrition synergism by setting up the nutrition support teams in hospitals. And why I see the role for PEN societies when I define it through ISPEN is because this is the society which can bring all the stakeholders on the same platform. But basically, it empowers nutrition and dietetic professionals and helps us in formulating standard guidelines impacting national policies and regulations that facilitate evidence-based nutrition support in hospitals. So I will just take you through that. Now, this begins primarily because dietitians, I always say, are one step better than the housekeepers, the housemaids. They were unorganized, unskilled labor, and we dietitians are skilled, unorganized labor because we are more of women force. And this is where we found that we really did not have a proper practice. Home science colleges were teaching nutrition, and so training in hospital dietetics was on the job, frequently lacking supervision or guidance, and extremely limited exposure during internship or traineeships in few hospitals. Also, the dietitian staffing ratios are something which are not implemented in hospitals. Very frequently, we will find that even 3,000 bed hospital will have just one dietitian. So we need to work on this area because this inspires no confidence, either eliciting compliance or affecting the change or ensuring positive outcomes. So till now, the only primary role that the dietitians had was they ensured compliance of patients on diets modified by managing physicians, but nowhere in the curriculum of physicians is clinical nutrition a center stage at all. Having said that, this is where I began my journey in the year 2000 when we published an article which says Nutrition Care in Indian Hospitals, the Present and Future Roles of Dietitians. And you know, the word picture that I could draw at that point of time was a domestic character of the dietitian. This identification best described by the following phrases: rotund, an official food taster, glorified cook, sedentary clerk, calculating and maintaining calories and weight of the food or nutrient, and maintaining and formulating unappetizing recipes for the helpless, hapless patient. Even my internship was something where I was confined to the kitchen and I was not at the bedside of the patient. So this myth needed to be explored, and this is where I got the ball set rolling in the year 2000. Now, how did this happen that we came across, we got picture characterized this way? We do know that nursing and nutrition, siblings born of the same root word nutricus, but nutrition has not received the exalted status of nursing. Of course, we have always seen Nightingale feeding the patients, okay, and still the Nursing Council of India has a great syllabus of teaching nutrition to the nurses, which includes more of cooking. And if you're looking at clinical nutrition, some of my people were very fascinated that my kitchen is my laminar flow. and not the regular kitchen. So this is a major change that needs to be brought about. The nutrition world is changing at a much faster pace. The access to the academic knowledge remains outdated in most of the academic institutions where the textbooks, the moment it is written, I think the knowledge is outdated. So it is irrelevantly food-based, and it curtails the advancement of the dietitian in becoming a true and strong link between the community and the clinical and commercial aspects of nutrition. So dietetics and dietitian remains domesticated under home science. The study and practice is purely the female prerogative. Even in the slides that were shown as a team, I found that there was more of female force that was practicing in dietetics. And food-based practice is restricted to do's and don'ts list imposition on the client. This ambit of interaction is limited to the hospital kitchen. Having said that, as a thing, we found that in 1970s, the world started reworking on the definition, and the terms clinical nutritionist, dietitian, this was brought into, it was mandated by the recognition of the need for nutrition support of patients not requiring modified diets, documentation of extensive malnutrition, and my previous speaker has given such a great highlight inviting us, and I'm going to grab and be an ambassador for you for India because you have not come to India. And the documentation of expensive malnutrition existing in hospital situation, parallel development in the sophisticated area of intravenous nutrition support. So this is the reason why in the 1970s this terminology came up. In 1980s, you had description given of a clinical nutritionist dietitian and new words like energic metabolic profile, playing scientifically dynamic role at the bedside of the patient and being an active member of the team treating the patient. This description had evolved. Now we have reached a stage where we are grouped under allied health scientists. And what is the definition? Specialists who every day help the patients along with doctors and nurses and have a tangible impact on the recovery and further the life of patients. So we are now adding words. We are trying to give more and more description. But how does this translate into our practice? And for that, we need to first resolve the definition. There is a divergence between the word clinical dietetics and clinical nutrition, and I'm making an attempt here that these were the questions of discovery that are being asked. Where in clinical dietetics is the depth and focus of nutrition in the human condition? Does dietetics include nutrition in its fullest potential? Is clinical dietetic science different from this or same or embedded in the clinical nutrition science? These were the questions that are being debated by all over the world, and this is the working definition that has been arrived at. They are distinct disciplines. Clinical dietetics is an agent or an organism base which is exogenous, and clinical nutrition is human condition based on nutrition injury. This is a new terminology that Dr. Mary Ann Kite in the US, and I underwent a training under her as a specialist in nutrition injury. It's a very fascinating concept, and I think we need to take this forward. That this nutrition injury results in a nutrition disorder that can be diagnosed, treated, and a prognosis predicted, which is endogenous. This was the work of Dr. Mary Ann Kite in 2005, and Dorland's Illustrated Medical Dictionary says exogenous is developing or originating outside the organism as an exogenous disease, while endogenous is developing or originating within the organism or arising from causes with the organism. And I think on the inaugural day at Keynote, you got to see the insights of what endogenous does, because you now have a different way of understanding medical oncology. Looking at endoscopy, medical endoscopy, metabolic endoscopy. So we need to move towards something which is more endogenous when it comes to the practice of clinical nutrition. And there was this comparison of professionalism, professionalization, core elements of both dietetics and clinical nutrition. And what I foresee is a role of how we need to integrate and work. Every country has a dietetic association. For example, for India, we have Indian Dietetic Association. And we also have ISPEN, Indian Society for Parental and Enteral Nutrition. While we give registered dietitian as a recognized title, we need to consider giving a title for those who are coming into clinical nutrition practice. Something like, I have been certified nutrition injury specialist, so we need to say a certified clinical nutritionist or something to that effect. We know that the practice area for dietetics, when it comes to community nutrition and all that, is totally distinct, but we need to recognize that clinical nutrition is specifically as a medicine subspecialty. There is internship that is spelled out by the American Dietetic Association, British Dietetic Association, Australian Dietetic Association, and so also Indian Dietetic Association. So we need to give a very specific way of understanding what sort of internship we need to collectively give for nutrition support teams. We need to define that. And while we say that the credential examination is conducted for the RDs, we also need to introduce a board certification for those who want to practice on nutrition support teams. The ethics code is defined for both. There is an altruistic service code and there is a practice competency. Mainly for dietetics, we need to establish one for when it comes to clinical nutrition. When we look at the curriculum for clinical dietetics and clinical nutrition, it is essentially the same nutrition content. So when it comes to learning on the subject, there is not much of differentiation. It's a question of the perspective of how we are handling this situation. When it comes to defining the education and qualification, the international definition has come into place. This was developed as a consensus of the member associations representing the ICDA, International Confederation of Dietetic Association. They've already defined what should be the educational requirements and the qualifications. They have also defined the spheres that we need to work into, and it includes the code of ethics and good practice also. Now that brings me to this introduction of a very unique concept when it comes to dietetic practice. It's a distinct terminology. Like medical professionals has ICD-11 now that has been set up by WHO, which is incorporated by about 102 countries where they have trained them on ICD-11. There is a distinct nutritional terminology, and that includes these four. What are they? They include nutrition assessment, nutritional diagnosis, nutritional intervention, nutritional monitoring, and evaluation. And there is a standard nutrition language that all of us need to learn so that our documentation is evidence-based and you can replicate, duplicate all this data. It's a very systematic thing. Why did we need the standard language? Because we need to describe our practice, improve our practice, communicate findings, share interventions, expectations, and outcomes. And this is because of the key points that we have identified, that nutrition and teamwork are critical to promote optimal health. Role of dietitians continues to change, and nutrition care process empowers dietitians. These are the steps that have come into the terminology for want of time, and it's very mild. So as I mentioned, it's nutritional diagnosis, intervention terminology. There are steps that are involved, like we do nutrition care process. Step 1, where we do the assessment, followed by step 2, which is diagnosis. Step 3, where is we prescribe the intervention, and step 4, where we do the monitoring. And each of them have been defined with the subheadings on what needs to be done. So when this is done, there is a big picture which has a central core, outer rings, and supported by other systems. That is, we have also identified how screening and referral systems have to be set up and how outcome management have to be included in this system. So I encourage everybody, and I definitely would want to see that ISPEN takes an active role in terms of bringing this into day-to-day practice when it comes to nutrition support teams that are being set up in the hospitals. Why do we need to do that? Because the art and science of clinical practice says that it is patient care centered, and that there are factors that are affecting nutritional status, and you can see there are innumerable ones that we have. And we also have to demonstrate the quality of care that we have given, which includes 3 steps as such: content of care, process of care, and the outcome. Having said this, what does this process make us do? It is making us critically think on how we give the nutrition care process. Hitherto, at least in India that I know of, when I started my practice, we used to have photo style copies of menu plans. We said what you need to give for bedtime, morning, breakfast, lunch, tea time, dinner, and it was 1200 calories, 1400 calories, 1600. We just tick marked as dietitians and said you need to prescribe. And I used to carry this when I teach my students. I tell them of this little anecdote, that the patient comes to a dietitian who just gives them this psychostyle sheet as such that was marked out. And then after, when the person comes for review, there is no change that is affected. And then when you analyze, you realize we wrote out that they need to have bedtime morning at 6, but the patient used to wake up at 4 in the morning. So he had bedtime morning 4 and repeated at 6 because that was my prescription. And then he used to eat his breakfast at 9, but my schedule said 8. So he had a breakfast at 8 and he had a breakfast at 9. So on and so forth. So he was replicating his intake on basis of my prescription as well as what was his lifestyle of consuming. Okay, and this is where we said that we need to start thinking critically of incorporating what are the patient's likes and dislikes and requirements. And through this process of critical thinking, there are questions that have been identified on. We can not only answer locally, but we also need to do it globally, such as how did you decide on this particular diagnosis, intervention for this particular patient? What specifically were you addressing? Why did you think this approach was best? Did it work out the way you anticipated? Or what would you do differently next time? So this is what the art and science of clinical practice is talking about. And it gives you a relationship of nutritional diagnosis to the other steps of the nutrition care process. Having said that, I would like to just highlight to you how there is difference between the diagnosis, that is medical versus nutritional. When you look at it in terms of medical diagnosis, you only talk about it as diabetes, trauma, enclosed head injury, liver failure, obesity. But look at it on your right, where nutritional diagnosis for diabetes would be looking at altered nutrition related lab values, HbA1cs, excessive carbohydrate, etc. So we are going into much more nitty-gritty, and it is prescribed that a diet counseling or an assessment and a counseling would take anything between 60 to 90 minutes if it has to have an effect. Our patients are walking encyclopedias of accumulated events that have happened in their life. And just giving them one prescription, like for saying you prescribe a paracetamol for a headache, just takes you 1 second. It cannot happen that way, that you write a prescription for nutrition. So we need to look at this terminology that has come in for nutritional diagnosis. Now I bring you to this medical nutrition synergism. Having said that, we are also taught physiology, biochemistry, microbiology, the same way as medical physicians are taught. We need to bring about where is the divergence that comes in our practice. And this is where I quote H.M. Sinclair, who said, medicine arose from dietetics. Pythagoreans, including Hippocrates, used diet as main line of therapy and drugs only when diet failed. But we now know that in medical colleges, we are teaching drugs as main line of therapy and diet when drugs fail. So this is where we need to bring about a medical nutrition synergism. This is because of change, as I've been repeatedly saying. We have to look for not just food for patients, but we need to look at nutrition for inpatients. And then when they get back home, we need to look at nutrition for populations living at home. Because I think home nutrition, even enteral and parenteral, is now being practiced in the home environment. So we need to look at this dietitian's changing role. Traditionally, what were we? We were generalist, functioned to deliver attractive, healthful food and provide dietary counseling after taking a dietitian's history. What is our contemporary demand? The role purpose has become much more specified. We are part of a team which is on our toes at the bedside of the patient. We need to have quality of the entry level professional raised so that we are very much visible, we are able to take up the challenge and exercise our expertise, and we need to have continued education as a lifelong responsibility. There is an increasing need to display creativity, initiative, and adaptability to upgrade scientific and medical knowledge and extend study to behavioral sciences. Take leadership roles in many areas of clinical nutrition and impact on the quality of care by increasing awareness of patient needs through research, clinical care, administrative position, and legislative activities. I summarize the existing frequently no opportunity to make a contribution in decision making. This is our role. There is a discrepancy between the way dietitians see their role and the way physicians see it. But ideally, we need to work together to provide the best nutritional care for the patient, communicate openly and freely to best effect patient quality care, and work together an opportunity to be a positive experience for both the professionals. It is not like one is usurping the other's role or belittling the other's role, but we need to see how we give the utmost thing, because now the medical nutrition therapy is a terminology that has come in. Physicians must concur if the dietitian is to assume responsibility, and so physician has a responsibility to keep the dietitian appraised of changing plans concerning patient care. In my 30 years of practice, it was always by chance that I discovered after I sent the tray that the patient was declared NPO. And so the tray came back to me. Okay. So this was very frustrating that, and then especially when they're on enteral and parenteral, I had the nursing staff intervening of just stopping the feeds and nobody telling me on how I'm going to do the catcher. And then there was a blame that, they fast forwarded the administration and they talked about a person getting a distension and the feeds are stopped. So this is where we find that we need to work in unison. And of course, the dietitian has a responsibility to keep the physician appraised of the patient's compliance with dietary restrictions, intake of certain nutrients where appropriate, and the progress the patient makes with necessary modification. Dietitian also has an obligation that if the diet order is not reasonable, to make the physician aware of the discrepancy between what was ordered and its ability to be translated into food. What does this require? It requires communication through writing by creation of dietary manuals. Way back in 80s when I trained in UK and USA, I witnessed dietary manuals in every hospital. This is still not happening in our hospitals. And so we have a long way to go when it comes to this medical nutrition synergism. Yes, I've been hearing now a talk of getting our nutrition support teams. I worked with Dr. Mitch Kamensky Jr., considered to be the father of Aspen. And I worked with him at St. Mary's of Nazareth as a part of his nutrition support team. It was a matter of great pride. And I'm waiting for a day that I would be able to do the same in every college, every hospital where we teach, where we do grand rounds with the professors who are teaching the students. And because it's more than some of its individual efforts, the people who complement each other and push the group's performance beyond that of the individual each play important roles, but their efficacy increases when they work together. So we need to implement this multidisciplinary approach. What do I foresee? Why do I foresee ISPEN doing this? Because this is one where we have all teams together. And it's a unique society consisting of doctors, clinical nutritionists, dietitians, nurses, and pharmacists, formed with the express intent to promote clinical nutrition in hospital. That is the main objective of ISPEN, and I think it is main objective of every PEN society. I am very excited in promoting ISPEN, not just because I was its president, but because I know that we have additional links, existing societies of ASPEN, OSPEN, BEPEN, ISPEN, SASPEN, PENSA, everybody. And I think this is where our networking is the strength. Even after the pandemic, we have been able to be getting together here today, and I have this platform to talk about. Why again I'm saying I need this ISPEN or any of PEN societies to work in this area? Because We have, since 1992, that Nutrition Society of India was set up by none less than Dr. C. Gopalan, who is considered as father of nutrition in India. He was a visionary and he brought nutrition into the fore. But at this point of time, it is only dealing with policies and regulations, increasing outreach to community. Now, it's not that we are not interested in community, but we want community which is talking about non-communicable diseases, which is on the increase. And so community definition for us is different from the one that they are talking about in terms of prevention or in terms of alleviation of anemia or thyroid problems or any of those things on a large scale. So we need to define ourselves. Similarly, Indian Dietetic Association that preceded the formation of Nutrition Society of India. Again, it was Dr. Gopalan who was instrumental as the first person. But again, you find that this facilitates social, scientific, and cultural fellowship and cultivation of goodwill among its members. There is an RD board which is not recognized by Government of India at this point of time. It sets standards of food-based exogenous practice for dietitian. Well, I already defined and said medical nutrition or clinical nutrition is endogenous and not exogenous. In 1993, Government of India also brought out a beautiful document called National Nutrition Policy. Again, it is a community based and it doesn't do anything. It does not address anything to do with hospital practice as such at all. 2021, just last year, we have become a little improved in the sense that we have been ascribed recognition as a part of Allied Health Scientists Group. But again, I found there is a loophole. The word clinical nutrition is not included in terminology. Nowhere in the world you may get a degree which says you are a certified nutrition dietetics professional, or you may be a clinical nutritionist but not clinical dietetics. You don't get degrees in that. So if it is not included, but I'm teaching in my academic institutions in the name of clinical nutrition, I am very scared to say that none of these will get recognized by the government because the terminology, see, the right terminology is important. And so this is where we need to look at. There are key drivers to nutrition market in India. There is a government focus where we are talking of 9,046.17 crore of rupees that is going to be invested in nutrition. When I look through it, do I see anywhere the role of clinical nutrition? The answer is no. Nothing which says that they'll be working in hospital area, and there is not a single individual on this earth who doesn't need to go to hospital for one reason or the other. Awareness part of it that is being created, well, the Government of India says Asia Pacific accounts for the largest share in the global clinical nutrition market. And that is the reason why I feel that ISPEN should be the one that should play a major role. Also, socio-economically, we need to take it forward because otherwise we have been working more in the area of agriculture and not in terms of consumer requirements. So when it came to the director of Institute of Home Economics, they said earlier the attention was towards finishing and grooming courses such as cooking and textile management, but nutrition education started gaining visibility in the early 60s, and at present with new areas of practice, the nutrition domain has taken tremendous stride. With this statement, I was analyzing how many dietitians we have in India, and I found that we have only 2 dietitians for every lakh of population in India. That is why ISPEN. What is the current problem? We have lot shortage of trained clinical nutritionists and dietitians, and that is where my appeal to the academics, to the universities, and any of this, even society needs to bring up rules and regulations and courses to train these people. There's a huge opportunity and a target because we need to train 1 lakh nutritionist dietitians in the next 5 years. And I can see the role for ISPEN. We can use the standard documents like what has been the global definition of professionalism of nutrition and dietetics education as brought out by the Journal of American Dietetic Association in 2019. We do know that even for ISPEN and all the Penn societies, The American Society for Parental and Enteral Nutrition is the guiding force, and Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics is working concurrently in hand to hand with ASPEN, and I think our dietetic associations needs to do the same with our pen societies. Functions and responsibilities have already been delineated, and in 2010 WHO joined hands where we had whole of Southeast Asia work together on action plan highlights, and we created a document that was called Technical Consultation on Hospital Nutrition Practice in Southeast Asia. I want to draw your attention that we did put in an effort on what should be the practice in Southeast Asia. Recently, we did what we call as the audit. The Indian Dietetic Association with international affiliate of Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics did an audit of what sort of practice is being done in the country. And I encourage every dietetic association of Asian countries to do similar audits to know where is the strength, where is the weakness of our dietitians and how to strengthen them. So these are the action plan highlights. We also need to bring a procedure where we say the dietitian visits every patient within 48 hours of admission of hospital. As Dr. Vinay said, it is there on paper, but we have to make it happen in terms of compliance. Encourage to write relevant observation and progress notes for a SOAP, that is subjective data, objective data assessment plan format, and do the assessment of nutritional status. For this, we need to have specialty graduate level programs in clinical nutrition. They have emerged, but we have to encourage our dietitians to come out from the ambit of home science college-based, food-based courses into clinical nutrition. They need to be certified in a very specific area of clinical practice, and we also need to work on a basis where we are a recognized member of the healthcare team, be assertive, have active participation in rounds and conferences, which is very, very important. We need to have the physicians give us a lot of cooperation in performing our functions, in breaking new grounds, and NCP will be the new level of practice that will define and classify how we are doing the practice. If we do this, the bottom line, we say it takes a team with the patient needs at center, and the professional clinical nutritionist dietitian is the key part of that team when empowered by using the nutrition care process. So this is the roadmap that I've envisaged of what ISPEN needs to set itself out in integrating the clinical nutrition practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Varsha. The third presentation, is it a recording? No, it is not there. Okay. So why don't you take a seat? Now it's the forum is open for discussion. Anyone wants to raise any questions? Anyone from the audience? Dr. Mina is there. Dr. Liza is there, and Dr. Varsha is there. I think she's very known to all of you. She's one of the legends in India. So I mean, if there's no questions, I would like to ask one question from Dr. Vinay, because you have mentioned that you have implemented the ERAs in your country. So usually when you introduce some new thing, there are so many challenges and obstacles. So what type of major obstacles that you came across when you implemented this program in your country?
I think the heart of the implementation that we need the learning curve, because many institutions is not familiar with the ERAs at the first, and after we learn from the successful from the others, we try to move and improve our practice to be at the same position like the successful team. So the thing that we need the learning curve. We need working in the multidisciplinary team and follow the protocol and try to achieve the highest compliance of the protocol. This is the heart.
Thank you, Dr. Vinay. So next question is for the Liza. So I think it's a wonderful job that you have done, that linking all these countries together. because we know that we have also become the kind of part of the awareness in this Aspen Nutrition Awareness Week from 2019, but we have not really linked and did anything. We just kind of posted, but they have sent it. That's all. But you have done the really good work. So, are you planning to expand it to the other countries, and what type of your plans that you are having in the future?
Hopefully, with this lecture or presentation, I can recruit more from other countries. As for some, it's the first time they're hearing about Malnutrition Awareness Week. So hopefully, Varsha and our friend from Nepal will be new ambassadors. And as I said, you don't really have to be a member to become an ambassador. You just have to be committed and dedicated to make sure that all these references and resources will reach your friends, your families, your patients, and your colleagues in your institution. So I already have 2 recruits, Renuka.
Yeah, because we earlier had what was known as the National Nutrition Week in the September first week. That was by the government of India decree, and it has been extended to Natural Nutrition Month. And so, with 30 days that are available to us, I think it would be much easier for us to incorporate this as a message that goes regularly on malnutrition. So, I'll definitely get in touch with you to see how we will take it forward all over India. Yes.
Thank you, Eliza. I think my third question is for the Dr. Varsha. I think you are one of the legends in this dietetic field. I know you have come to Sri Lanka and trained all of our dietitians also. That was a great effort. And now, I mean, this type of work, I mean, it does not go very smoothly. There are so many pit and falls and up and downs in your life. But with that, you have been doing the great job. So what's, I mean, now when you're looking at the theme of this conference, that is integrated nutrition in kind of clinical therapy. So what's your kind of future perspective? What's the kind of advice and what a kind of the advice or the things you have to give it to our audience in the future?
Yeah, this presentation that I put together was not just looking at ISPEN and its role as such, but I do know that in the audience, just before we started, I had the whole team from Nepal who was here, and I did have my people whom I am always in touch with in Sri Lanka who are also there today. So they all immediately reached out and said that yes, we would want to see how we are implementing the nutrition support teams in Sri Lanka. And so I definitely feel that we need to have a standardized way of being taught and whatever we are reporting. Because, from this part of the world, we are not contributing much in terms of guidelines. It would be distinctly different when it comes to South Asian countries, okay? So if that is there, then we need to network and collaborate, and only if we have a standard language and a practice would we be able to do that. So I would only appeal that it's not that we just meet at conferences and talk to each other and present our ideas. We need to take it to ground reality and see that these are practiced and implemented.
So I have to throw the question to all of you that many a times or most of the time we understand that dietitian or nutritionist means majorly in an outdoor setting is to look after the weight loss. So that weight loss has become as such a mouth lingering business. So most of the dietetic professional, our skilled people are diverted because it's a easy money making business. So what are your comments? How to encourage these people to come to a real where these patients need care with respect to their nutritional intervention?
Doctor, as I see, we need to be very strong on our professional ethics, and we also need to network on it, because unless that happens, people, when it comes to the patients and coming to the community, there is a lot of gullibility and everybody wants a quick answer. So I know there is a lot of unethical practice that are going around. There are self-professed nutritionists in the community. There are people who will talk about, I did this and so it worked. Okay, it's not evidence based. So we professionals have to become strong enough in the messages. We are talking at conferences, we are conveying messages amidst ourselves, but nothing is being given out as a guideline to the community. Community does not identify the practice of nutrition where they need to be. We are what we eat, but nobody gives us guidelines on what it is. And when it comes to media, it's always a blistering. Okay, one day it says eat eggs, and the next day it tells you not, don't eat eggs. One day it says eat this, the next day it says don't eat. So you find that there is a whole lot of miscommunication that is going around. While we scientifically know weight is an issue, but when it comes to social management, it is a different thing. There is GM diets, and there are keto diets, and there are 7-day Adventist diets, and you have name it. And everybody's talking of these sort of things on weight management. There are products that are being sent out in the public, and people are following these things without a prescription, without an expert monitoring them. This is very dangerous situation. So somewhere down the line, we need to be very strong in our ethics and also in our practice, and be visible to the community that we are in a position to support them, help them in a right way. I see every day on my mobile the internet thing, where they say before and after 140 kilos, lost weight 40 kilos. How is that possible? You and I shouldn't be talking about it on scientific conference on weight management if what they are saying in the media is true. There's no role for us, as I see it. But if there has to be a role, then we need to be very visible and make it and that information available to the public. There are people practicing where I know for every 1 kg loss, they charge 10,000 rupees.
Yeah, thank you.
I think it was well said by Dr. Varsha. I think everywhere, not only nutrition, all the fields are now becoming little bit of business. So in that sense, everybody has to play that our academic and the clinical things and the how to balance it towards that. This is happening in every field. So this is a normal era in this world. Even the young generation is really looking forward to that type of era. So we have to always, as experienced people, have to balance it and how to move forward. Any other questions from the audience? So if there is anything else, I think we had a very great 3 speakers, and though it was 4 and I think it was 3, we managed very well. I think thank you. Can you just put your hands together for our 3 speakers? Thank you very much, 3 of you. And I think this is the end of the symposium. Thank you so much.
we request all of you to have a coffee break and we'll be back at 11 a.m. again.
Mumbai. Same. Mumbai. Nanavati Met. Just because I'm doing all the activities, what you are showing, I have lots of this activities. All trick I have. I will send you. Because I will send you because I'm doing every month. Yeah. Okay, okay. Ah. Can I get your this thing? Can I get one pic with you? Because I'm doing all these activities now. I have so many things. More than
ఇక్కడ నుంచి చాలు కదా నేను ఇక్కడ నుంచుంటే ఇంకా నేను ఇక్కడ నుంచుంటే ఇంకా కాదు చెప్పు 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 మొబైల్ ఒక ఫోటో చెప్పు మొబైల్ తీయండి నేను ఒక్క నిమిషం. ఆ, నువ్వు తీసావు. అది ఫోటో
everywhere. It's all over the place. Did you leave? Yes, I don't look at it on top. Right.
Dietitian at Lucent General Hospital, based in Chicago, in
They don't read any law. They have not read any judgment. But you read the judgment. No one is they have the we have now. It's not like somebody has one entity as forward. They don't read there. They only read they don't really have. So I have to do. But you have to go. They don't have much of everyone. Nutrition is poorly. I think it's just we just but it is very good. Extra. Now other people they are just downloading. They are not downloading the things of their stuff. Where the right is can you take a picture? Everybody clap their hands. Let us see the computer. See my wife. So Dr. Mani, can we follow? See, the flowers will bloom in time. We're watching my hand.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to welcome our chairperson, Dr. Krishnan Sriram. He's an intensivist at US Veteran Affairs Telecritical Care Service, Chicago, USA. He has lots of achievements, and few are. He is the founder president of ISPEN. He has been involved with PENSA from the society early stages, has participated in several past congresses, and is currently an advisor. Former position includes Division Chair and Fellowship Program Director of Surgical Care, Critical Care, as well as Director, Nutrition Support Team at Cook County Hospital, Chicago. American Board Certified in General Surgery and Surgical Critical Care as well as Nutrition. Welcome to Dr. Krishnan Sriram, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have the reputation of starting on time, even if there's only one person sitting in the room. So, the first session today is we have a presentation by Dr. Madhu Jain, actually Miss Madhu Jain. She's a clinical dietitian in Chicago and she's a doctoral candidate. She's going to talk to us about something very important, tele-nutrition or telenutrition. In patients who cannot be seen by a dietitian in the hospital, the dietitian can see them electronically, digitally. And Dr. Madhu Jain will be, we will first listen to her lecture, pre-recorded, and then she'll be available for us for any discussions. Following that, we'll have a very nice session on the ethics of nutrition.
Hi, my name is Madhu Jain and I'm a critical care dietitian at Rosen General Hospital based in Chicago, Illinois. It's an honor to present at PENSA 2022 Nutrition Science and Practice Conference. Here we present a report from a trial implementing a novel approach to provide nutrition services remotely. The title of my presentation is Perspective of Dietitians Providing Critical Nutrition Services in Telecritical Care, a report from Uncharted Territory. We do not have any commercial relationships to disclose. The objective of the presentation is to provide the insight into the perspective of the dietitians working remotely in a state-of-the-art telecritical care, taking care of the ICU patients, and providing nutrition services. We focus on feasibility of providing nutrition support, diagnosing malnutrition, conducting nutrition-focused physical exam, and implications for the future. We are Advocate Rural Health. We have 27 hospitals, 75,000 team members, and approximately 100 dietitians throughout the system. A little bit how this all started. The EICU began operating approximately 15 years ago. At its inception, there was interest from the Clinical Nutrition Committee to see how the EICU could be utilized by the dietitians, but the doors were closed to any opportunity until in 2015, Sriram Mehta proposed the term e-nutrition. The authors proposed to expand the use of telemedicine services to include nutrition support. The idea was to offer nutrition support to underserved areas without a physician or a dietitian to provide nutrition support. The model proposed to put nutrition at the center where all the team members, including nurses, physician's assistants, residents, and on-site physicians, gets well-versed in nutrition. They further suggested training of intensivists who were not as proficient in providing nutrition support. Unfortunately, this model was not implemented, and the doors were closed to any opportunity until COVID-19 has changed the world and how the healthcare is provided to the patients. It has presented unique challenges and opportunities. Telemedicine has become more common and widely acceptable. The practice of telemedicine has been known for decades. Telecritical care has been reported as early as 1982, although it did not look like anything like it does today. Historically, these services only involved physicians and nurses. Over time, services have evolved to include remote pharmacy services. So who has been missing from the picture? All the nutrition support and dietitians are an integral part of critical care. There is little or no evidence of dietitians providing care in critical care. Due to COVID-19, dietitians were restricted from bedside care due to lack of PPE and preserving it for physicians and nurses. Also, we did not have technology in place. Remote inpatient visits for the dietitians posed challenges and required that the workforce be adapted. Once the technology was in place, with unprecedented times ahead, Advocate Oral Health took a leap into the uncharted territory due to the request and frustrations felt by the dietitians being off-site and not able to see the patients. Advocate Oral Health has an existing critical care in Oak Brook, Illinois, to monitor the ICU patients remotely. Using pre-existing critical care technology, we set out to assess the feasibility of critical nutrition care by dietitians. This is how our critical care center looks like. On the left is a cubicle similar to the one used by the dietitians in your pilot. On the right is a physician taking care of ICU patient remotely. Four clinical dietitians from 3 Advocate Oral Health hospitals were assigned to the critical care in Oak Brook, Illinois, to assess the feasibility of providing critical nutrition care remotely for 1 month. All the dietitians received a day-long orientation at the critical care site prior to the start day. Dietitians worked alongside other critical care staff in a cubicle with 6 monitors equipped with high-resolution cameras, microphone, and critical care software. After the trial period of 1 month, critical care remote dietitians completed a survey to provide feedback regarding nutrition assessment, nutrition support, malnutrition diagnosis, interdisciplinary team communication, technology, and working environment. Here are our results. Our survey found all dietitians reported tracking ample nutrition orders are needed in the critical care. All dietitians agreed that they could diagnose malnutrition only in certain patients due to limited nutrition-focused physical exam, unlimited interactions with patients, family, and education of nursing. Technology posed challenges and was found efficient by half of the dietitians only sometimes. The most frequently reported problems were camera and microphone malfunction and limited visibility of patients. Most of the dietitians were able to carry out nutrition care plan in critical care mode, but to complete patient nutrition assessment based upon Advocate Oral Health guidelines was harder, with only half of the dietitians some being able to complete these assessments. All the dietitians were able to communicate with interdisciplinary on-site teams, but most of the participants found it harder than on being on-site. Although most of the dietitians could execute nutrition care plans, all but one of the participants reported more stress than being on-site. Most of the dietitians found the work environment not optimal, as dietitians required constant interdisciplinary communication and the communal setting was not ideal. Also, providing nutrition educations, if any, was a challenge. Review of available literature suggests that there is a minimal evidence of dietitians providing critical nutrition care from critical care. The presented trial suggests that critical nutrition is feasible and nutrition support can be provided remotely, but with certain limitations. In-person nutrition assessment is preferable in critical care due to limitations with nutrition-focused physical exam in a virtual environment until we have new validated tools or technology available for remote nutrition-focused physical assessments in ICUs. Interdisciplinary communication is more accessible and less time consuming on site. Presence of the dietitians in the ICUs is crucial in interdisciplinary rounds when patient care decisions are made and the whole team is there to provide optimal nutrition care. Participation in interdisciplinary rounds did not work in our trial due to limited on-site staff education and technology glitches. Our findings does resonate with previously cited model by Dr. Sriram et al. Sriram et al. Proposed the multidisciplinary on-site rounds, which included dietitian as an integral part. Anytime the dietitians are missing from the round, the role may be taken by other providers like pharmacists who may have little nutrition support training. Another big barrier in our trial was that the dietitian was the sole provider in dietetical care. Most of the other disciplines participating in dietetical care, such as physicians and nurses, act as support to the on-site clinician, whereas the dietitian was the only provider with no on-site dietitian or clinician support. The condition was also true when the dietitians were removed from on-site due to the COVID-19. So there are 31% less healthcare professionals or specialists available in rural areas, as per a study published by Health Affairs in 2019 in the United States. It emphasizes the shortage of dietitians in the United States. All the red areas mark the areas where the dietitians are in short supply. Our trial suggests e-critical nutrition may be possible and could be advantageous when clinical dietitians are not readily available, like in rural areas and developing countries with limited nutrition support experts. E-critical nutrition can work well when patient contact is restricted or unavailable, such as in natural disasters or health pandemics. The model could also work as offset support for on-site dietitians experiencing high equity or staff shortages. So limitations of our trial was that the trial was brief with a small number of dietitians. Future trials of longer durations are needed. This is our team that went off-site for 1 month. Here we would like to acknowledge our dietetical care site leaders, Dr. Michael Rees, Sonia Nikolaj, and Teresa Bandis, and our advocate rural health food and nutrition management. And here are references. Learning assessment questions. Thank you for listening, and I'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Madhu. It's nice seeing you online. So we'll see if there's any questions from the audience. Anyone in the thing? Dr. Mani, do you have any comments on that? You want to come here and ask anything? Yeah. So okay. So while we talk about the deficiencies that we had in getting the acceptance from everyone for the telecritical care, we have to look at the future, because there is no doubt at all in anyone's mind that e-nutrition and telenutrition is the future. It is going to be impossible to fill the gaps for lack of dietitians in various states in the US. It's the same thing here too. We may have dietitians, but we need those who are experienced. So can you suggest to us some practical hints? And because you are from India, you know India also, can you suggest to us some practical hints of how to convince administrators that telenutrition is here to stay and it is cost effective? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sriram, for the question. I think that is e-nutrition or critical nutrition remote is here to stay with us. And I think there are certain roadblocks that we did see and experienced in our experience, but definitely in a country like India, where we have such huge population in rural areas, where nutrition plays a big role. There is like lack of dietitians who could be providing a kind of support to the patients in intensive care unit. And so it becomes really, really important in those situations. If we do have this, see how to maybe a camera installed in the patient's room and the dietitian can see remotely access those patients. And convincing administrators actually is kind of easier in a way because it's hard to find dietitians in the rural areas. And if a dietitian can be convinced to work from maybe in the background from the city to provide care to the rural areas, that might be easier. And also it might be cost saving for the administrators actually working in the rural areas. But of course, we do not have any data to support that, but that could be another incentive, another incentive for the administrators.
So, one more observation that I have made is that a lot of people may not have laptop computers, but everyone here has a cell phone. And at least preliminary, many dietitians during the COVID crisis gave consultations just based on the cell phone itself. So, it is not the best, but cell phones can also be used in a country like India. So, do you have any other comments, anything that you ladies would like to ask? Gentlemen would like to ask? Okay, if not, Dr. Mani, yeah, come along. Dr. Mani is an intensivist in Delhi, and he's going to be he's going to give us some comments.
Of course, the data was interesting in the sense that you can't duplicate a multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary consultation, which is so vital in planning nutrition that you brought out. But this can be developed, isn't it? We can have a platform, again, a digital platform where you can engage with the team, with the multidisciplinary team.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Mani, for the question. Actually, that's absolutely right. But the thing is, yes, we do have actually found the computer on wheel cards actually in our ICUs, but they do depend actually on the other, for example, nurse practitioners, they need to carry it around, or the nurses actually they have to carry it around, or somebody else has to carry the computer on the wheels down the ICU so that they can be near the patient and all that the remote person can hear what's going on in the rounds. And we did try that actually in the rounds, so for a couple of days, but it did not work out. And also it does put additional pressure on the nurses or the escalate staffs actually, so that they have to take out the duties of the, they have to be there. So sometimes nurses are there to answer the questions, but other times they may be busy taking care of the patient. So it is definitely workable, something that can be worked out if there is on-site support for some of this, or there could be someone who could carry out those responsibilities on-site. But definitely it can be worked out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madhu, thank you very much for being part of this whole thing. And you are welcome to stay on. We have a nice session on medical ethics now. You are more than welcome. And thank you very much for being awake in the middle of the night to participate in this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sriram, for the opportunity.
Okay, you're welcome. So we'll be going to the next part of the session now. Stay on as long as you can. Thank you very much.
Now we have a panel discussion with Dr. Krishan Sriram and Dr. K. Anjanelu. He is a palliative care physician, Sparsh Hospice, Hyderabad. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. And Dr. R.K. Mani, Director Clinical Services Chairman, Pulmonology and Critical Care, Yashoda Hospital, Kosambi, Ghaziabad, UP. Welcome three of you panelist members. And now we have a panel discussion on medical ethics by panelists.
Sure. So this is going to be just a panel discussion, and so we are going to just share our thoughts about medical ethics and the ethics of nutritional support, both parenteral and enteral, and of course oral also in nutrition care. So we heard earlier, and I had presented it at the address on the inaugural day, that nutrition care has been now relegated as a global right. So everyone in the hospital should have the right to good nutritional care, which is what we try to do. But are we in a position to be sure that unnecessary nutrition care is not being provided, especially at the risk of producing complications to patients? That is one. Secondly, a person whose life expectancy is extremely limited, not guaranteed, I agree, but expected to be limited, and are we justified in giving them parenteral or enteral nutrition support? So, we'll also talk a little bit about advanced directives, but we will focus first of all on parenteral nutrition. Now, the definition of terminally ill. Would you agree that the definition of terminally ill means anyone with a life expectancy of less than 6 months?
Yes, I think it's very important to separate a medical technology involving nutrition and the usual normal feeding. You see, we can mix up the two, and that's what is adding to the confusion. Nobody is denying the fact that everybody has the right to nutrition, but to normal nutrition feeding. Now, medical technology, if involved, now that's not quite the same. It has its own significant risks, as with parenteral nutrition we have seen. Also with enteral nutrition, with a medically fashioned passage like gastrostomy or ileostomy or NJ tube and things like that, or even NG tube, they have significant risks themselves. As with any medical intervention, the benefits should outweigh risks, and it should be in line with the goals of care. So we need to review the goals of care depending upon the trajectory of the illness and the phase of the illness, and therefore we can't lump all nutrition in the same basket and argue that nutrition is a right.
Yes, I'm audible. Yeah. So, as a palliative care physician, I'm working in the hospice. I know the patients who are the terminal patients only come to me. At that time, we'll definitely will look for the basic ethics of the care, like patient's autonomy, beneficence, non-malfeasance, and justice. For the nutrition also, parenteral nutrition, it is really for the patient choice. No patient wants a parental nutrition for me. So it is not the patient choice, it is the family choice or clinician choice. When we are saying it's a terminally ill, when the doctor diagnosed as a terminal ill, there is no role for parental nutrition from the patient's perspective. It is a patient choice only. If a patient has any choice, please discuss with him. After discussing with him, what are the behind thoughts for going for the parental nutrition? Just think about it. And as in hospice centers or terminal care centers, we have a lot of counselors, because behind this there are a lot of other issues like psychological, social, spiritual, religious issues are there. There are many cultural issues are there for whether to go for parental nutrition, or why the patient is asking behind that. any other burdens are left over. So how to do that? How to go for that? So just discuss with the patient and make a decision for whether it is good or not. Generally, patient has the other problems like maybe we have to manage the other symptoms like pain and other breathlessness, other symptoms. If you are maintaining and managing other symptoms, so this thought process will come down. This is not at all a natural one. We as a hospice or a palliative care patient will allow A&D, allowing the natural death. A&D, allow natural death.
So it's also very nice that palliative care is beginning to be recognized in India as a specialty. So the conclusion is that when you have a person who's terminally ill, there is really no justification for parental nutrition. So let me give you my experience of when it is used. First of all, home parental nutrition is not affordable in India. But there are a few people, at least in the US, who have told me, I want to live for one more month to go to my child's graduation or something. And so there's no problem in getting parental nutrition. And we have given, this is like an ovarian cancer with a complete bowel obstruction, cannot do anything at all, severe, excruciating pain, and they just want to die. So we do that. As soon as the graduation is over, the patient comes home, comes to the hospital or in the hospice. We give them just 5% dextrose. And within 2 to 3 weeks, the patient dies with dignity. Okay, so that's perfectly all right. Why the 5% dextrose? Because thirst is not a comfortable thing. And the law in many countries, I hope Dr. Mani will agree, that giving IV fluids is not considered to be an extraordinary measure. It is just giving the patient hydration. Okay. So now, what about a patient with stroke and who really does not communicate at all? Okay. We'll come to this healthcare healthcare advocates or healthcare the surrogates later during our discussion. Who else will make the decision if I cannot make the decision? But for the moment, let's take, for example, a scenario of somebody with a stroke, completely bedridden, okay, acutely. And certainly the evidence says that you cannot send home patients with a nasogastric tube, which is commonly done here because family does not want a gastric tube. Are we really justified in with a stroke patient, completely bedridden, with no cognitive function, and we don't know also whether they are in the locked-in state sometimes, you see? So are we justified in doing a gastrostomy or a tube and all that?
You see, like any medical intervention, we need consent. And for consent, you need information because it's informed consent. If the patient has capacity, then we directly talk to the patient, inform the patient. And then consent is taken only after full disclosure of the pros and cons of what you're doing. It's not a default option, right? That everybody should get nutrition in one form or the other, even if it involves technology. That is not a default option. It is a choice that the patient, an informed patient, takes. If the patient has no capacity, then if he or she has an instrument in which the autonomy is sustained even through loss of capacity, like advanced medical directive. That is the whole purpose of advanced medical directive. That you envisage a situation and then you would say whether you want or don't want. Usually in an advanced medical directive, there's no mention of nutrition. Okay, you have ventilation, you have dialysis, you may have CPR. So nutrition is something which is discussed very less, not well, in an AMD situation. Just signing a paper doesn't mean anything. It has to be discussed like an advanced care planning, right? With the multidisciplinary team, the doctors, the nurses, maybe social workers, psychologists, people who give emotional support to make that decision, and they are able to see clearly what they can expect. So nutrition is a problematic thing anywhere. It is not like any other intervention to withhold or withdraw. It has got into more emotion and less clarity. I'll come to that. However, if AMD is not there, it doesn't mean the autonomy is non-operational. Autonomy is sustained by the surrogate, either a legally appointed surrogate or the next of kin, the closest kin, according to a certain hierarchy of kinship. Even in the US, different states have different laws as far as withdrawal of nutrition is concerned. So it is a contentious thing. But what is the moot point here? Now, Indian law, for example, constitutionality of withdrawal exists for all intervention, medical intervention. They have not made an exception of nutrition or hydration. So this is for your information that, we don't carry a separate or a special category for artificial nutrition or hydration in the Indian constitutional law. It only says your autonomy is respected and your informed choice of refusal should be respected, whatever be the intervention.
Yeah. Yes. So in stroke patients, generally, the death doesn't happen in a day or something nearby. So it takes some more time, of course. But what is our intention behind that? Whether you want prolong his life or prolonging his suffering. So we have to look for the benefit and the what is it called, harm. We have to all the time look for that. This is from the clinician angle, at the same time the family angle also. So there is need of lot of listening from the family. Why they are choosing like this? Because if they want to show the care, or if you want they give the care to the person, no, one is the medicine, another is the food. Yes. So to show the love, they are choosing the only food because clinician says the medicine, but family has the only option is the food. So to give that food because of the lot of guilt in their family, so not feeding him, not heating him, they are trying to continue some kind of food to the person, whether it is ethical or not. This is the question really happens in the centers.
So I've been faced with this situation, not particularly in my family, but also by friends and so on. The key problem here, which I have found, is the concept of discussing about death and about advance directives leaves much to be desired. It's not the case in my family. It's not the case personally, because my advance directives are on a USB drive, which I put on my wrist whenever I travel all over the world. So it is not the case, and I've registered it with the Madras High Court also. So that's not the point. But in most families, when you talk to them, culturally they say, "Oh, we don't want to talk about it." I always tell them, "Do you mean my words will go up to a satellite and then to heaven and then to God and then come back here and affect the influence?" It's really not going to happen. So we've been encouraging advance directives, which consists of two things. The first thing is, what do I want? Do I respect quality of life more or not? To that, I would ask the audience to go to a site called 5 Wishes. It is fantastic. It will even tell you what music you have to play or what dress you should be dressed in your funeral. So it is a rather amazing thing. It's called 5 Wishes, and you can see it. So that is one thing. The second one is actually, if I cannot make decisions, who will? Who will make a decision? Now here, Dr. Mani, I have come into a problem. I realize that according to Indian law, you have to identify 1, 2, and 3. We might do it. But according to the lawyers that I've spoken to, all 3 have to agree. That's not the case? No such law. Okay. So the first declines, the second declines, it goes to third. There's no such law, is there?
You have to have 100% consensus within the family. There's no such law. It only says you need a consensus, not a watertight consensus. No, there's no consensus. Then it is like continuing the full support.
Yeah, exactly.
See, that's
the same situation we landed up for my mother. Okay, there's got to be a consensus, because they said now when it comes to consensus, with so many families with siblings in other countries, the sibling who lives away from India has a feeling of guilt, as you rightly said. So they'll come to us and say, do everything, when you know it is futile. And then, Dr. Mani, you'll also have people who will come and tell you, oh, this is not the way we do it in America or England. I tell them, then you can take the father there. This is what we can do in India, make them as comfortable as we can.
I have been taking withdrawal withholding decisions for the last 20 years in India in this sort of setting. It was like any other medical decision. I mean, it is not universally applicable. It's individualized. So you talk to 10 people, 5 may or 6 maybe seeing reason and taking a very rational decision. Others may not. So at least you give a choice. See, the whole idea of in medical profession is to give the patient a choice. That's what autonomy is. It's not that you dictate anything. So if you can't drive a consensus for any way, for any decision, even if it's not end of life, you need a consensus. If the family disagrees for an incapacitated patient, you can't anyway operate. So the same thing applies here. What I want to say is reasonable consensus can be driven in majority of the cases if you present it properly. If there is somebody from abroad, the daughter to saying, no, I want everything done, then we can engage her in a conversation. What do you mean by doing everything? Now, then the conversation may draw out the actual realities on the ground. And if not today, after a week, the person may see it in a different light. This is what happened, because this is a end of life decisions of withholding withdrawal are not a very abrupt decision. They are a very deliberate decision and a negotiated settlement, which may take a few sessions or it may occur quickly. It depends on the individual family's dynamics and resilience and all these sort of conflicts within the family. Now, we do have in the US also 2 very big cases where there was a family conflict. Terri Schiavo was one thing. Terri Schiavo, I think there was another case in another country, Engalaro, I think Italy, where also there was a family conflict. Now, these can be extreme situations taken to court, and the situation may be very fraught for a decade or more in a vegetative state, a patient where you want to withdraw terminal artificial nutrition and hydration. So these conflicts are unavoidable. However, in the majority of the cases, you might be able to drive a consensus, and that's what.
So I have a question for both of you because I know the answer in the US, I don't know the answer here. What happens if there is a conflict of intention between the patient and the family? Example, the patient says, I don't want surgery or anything to be done. The family says, do everything. At least in most countries, the patient is the first person. What about the situation here?
In India, it is there. Yeah, still, the same
family
situation.
says, no, doctor, don't listen to them.
Yeah, family says, go for it. Patient says, I don't want it. Because the patient,
it's the patient. By law, consent is in a patient retaining capacity has to be from the patient. That is very clear. There's no doubt about it. It is for a patient who is incapacitated, and the family is working on behalf of the patient, and they often forget that they are representing the patient's choice, not their own. They forget it is a duty of the physician to remind them and ask them, try to draw out what is the value and wishes, if anything, expressed by the patient. This is our duty.
Sometimes reverse also there. The patient is the breadwinner of the family, He asks for the treatments. Maybe it is a cancer sufferer, or he look for the chemotherapy, radiation, please. But sometimes is it terminally found in terminal stages, maybe stage 4, but inoperable and unable to give for any other active treatments. But patient is asking out of his burden, maybe psychological burden or the financial burden of the family. So you want to go for chemotherapy and active therapies. The family knows it is not going to work, and the physician knows it doesn't work. But patient wishes that. Whether we have to respect it or not, just at that time what to do.
Yeah. So the conclusion of this part of the discussion is it is the patient who comes first. Now, in the incapacitated patient, which we will talk about in a minute, the prime reason for the incapacitated patient being dependent upon the family and the conflict of interest in the family is because of the fact we don't have advanced directives. And that is why I think though our role in advanced directives is very minimal in terms of just nutrition, I think most of the critical care societies are pushing that everyone In many hospitals, in fact, patients, when they get admitted, or even when they're registered in the hospital, the law in many countries will let, do you have advance directives? And you put a copy of that in the patient's file. So I think we are coming there. Culturally, it is difficult. No one denies the fact. But we are here to prevent unnecessary agony to a patient, unnecessary financial burden to the family and the patient when we know that the end is futile. There's nothing we can do about it. Now, fortunately or unfortunately, physician assisted suicide is not available in India. It's available in 4 or 5 states in the US, not available here. Eventually, maybe 20 years from now, we will. But we have to make sure that patients must be pain free. That is the main thing. Pain free and then comfortable. Do you agree with that?
Yes, that's going on in India, and I mean slowly whatever you're saying is coming up. The main thing is people are looking for the comfort because they are unable to take the burden of the patient. That is the first one. Not with the ethics, not with the emotions. They are unable to bear the burden of the other person. That's why they are looking for the early demise of the patient. This is the thing is going in India now also, because there are small nuclear families nowadays. They are unable to, I mean, even see the death, unable to manage the death care, unable to manage the terminal care also. So at the time they're looking for the hospitals if they have the capacity. Otherwise, they are just keeping the patients in the darker rooms and going for the work. So at the time they're looking for the demise of the work patient. Sometimes in the rural areas, if they are able to, they are going to feed the patient. They are losing the food for the other family members. That's why they are looking for the death of the person. See in another verse. So if the person dies, no, they'll get the food for the other children. So what is the purpose of giving the food to him? This is also there. So they're looking for the end of the person. But as a palliative patient, as a sensitized person, that is not the true thing. I have to go to do that. At that time, I am just feeding the family with the support from the social, NGOs. So I'm taking care of the family members, and what is the correct nutrition is needed to the person I'm delivering.
So just one point I want to add, taking up on what Anjaneyalu mentioned, that if the patient has capacity and demands a certain treatment, one thing is very basic in our ethics. The patient can't demand a treatment. That is in the purview of the doctor, of the physician. See, there's a physician autonomy as well. Physician is not obliged to institute a treatment which he does not believe is scientifically valid. Yeah, so that is very important. If the patient believes that something will help him, it is our duty to talk to him and to perhaps clarify his doubts. But we are not obliged to institute any treatment, to do surgery in an advanced cancer just because the patient believes it might help. So that is out of the way. Now, second point is about the feeding. You mentioned that the whole family may be starved and then you don't want to spend on the ailing. Now, if we move in a timely manner to palliative, then we cut the costs. Hospitalization, interventions, treatment unnecessary with antibiotics and a host of drugs can be saved for the usual natural feeding. Yes. And so I think moving over to palliative care option with the appropriate emotional support and the counseling that the family requires is the key intervention.
May I ask, are state governments and the central governments setting up palliative care centers at their cost?
Yeah, now in India, central and the state, both in Telangana and center, both are looking for the palliative care. Not only for the medical professions who are in the allopathy, at the same time for the Ayush also. It is started, but at the slow pace it is happening. In Telangana, every district has a palliative care center right now.
Care center.
Yeah.
So, in the palliative care center, are the physicians allowed to use morphine for comfort?
Yeah. So everywhere the concept of palliative care introduced in every district level palliative care centers, but the availability of morphine is the question. Morphine is the question.
So when you give morphine to a patient for their comfort, the intention is pain relief, and because of respiratory depression they go on to die, or because of morphine they get constipated and enteral feeding cannot be given. So the physician cannot be held responsible because the intention wasn't to kill the patient. Do you agree, Dr. Mani, on that?
There is that doctrine of double effect, which is attributed to Quill, in the U.S. So this was approved by the Supreme Court in 1991 in the U.S. Now the concept is that if we use with the intention of palliation, but it results in the foreseen but unintended result of accelerating death, then the physician is not culpable, and that is accepted now as an ethical tenet around the world. But we must be careful in the sense that you can't use unrecommended doses, and it should reflect in the case note that you've made every effort to titrate the doses and you have clarified the indication, so that there is no question about your intention. The intention can't be read. Nobody can read your mind, but you can read the flow of treatment in the case notes, and that case note has to reflect how steps were taken to titrate and monitor what is going on. Now, I must tell you, even with advanced COPD, terminally ill, you can use morphine. See, chronic dyspnea also can be palliated with morphine, and there are enough now literature and studies around the world. David Caro is one of the important pioneers in this field. So this respiratory depression is not a reason not to give morphine, right? So even in advanced respiratory disease, you now it's indicated and it's recommended.
So, I mean, is there anyone in the audience who wants to ask a question or make a comment? Anyone sitting in the back? Anyone sitting in the front? Nobody has anything to say? Yeah. So, how can we go about popularizing advanced directives?
Yeah.
What are the social ways by which we can actually do that? Not only for nutrition, but for various other things. Now, a few people who are bold enough, like me, have got an advance directive saying, if I have a stroke, you don't feed me, period. I'll die in 3 weeks' time. Correct? That's fine. People will remember me as I'm sitting here now. But not everybody is that bold, you see. But in my family, they will respect my autonomy. Nobody is going to come and say, do something different. So, how do we inculcate this practice into our culture?
Yeah. So, of course, as a palliative care patient, when the person comes to my clinic, my hospice, I'm working at Sparsh Hospice. It is there in Kazagoda. So, we'll give you option to the patient first itself. So, we know the goals of care and plan for that, action plan for that. So, in that scenario, at the first itself, what is your choice of living, choice of food, choice of medicines? What will ask all the choices in the first itself. At the same time, will educate him, and the process how it goes slowly. Maybe day one he cannot accept the situation, but slowly will educate him. Tomorrow the situation is like that. Maybe after some days like that, how you want to go through. We'll give that options to him. At that time, we will note all the directions from the patient and the family also along with that. If you are going to a community or something else, there also we are asking for just educating them like that. You are writing a will for your all the properties. You are missing your own property where you are residing actually. So that is your body. You are not giving any advanced directives for your body. Just think about it. This line of idea we are just inculcating in every community awareness programs where we are delivering this one. People are getting that sensitivity where we have to choose this also as an advanced directive, not literally like a thing in the court formulate or in the law formulate, but it's a simple liberal idea. Just at that time, I don't want this one. At that time, I want this only, like that.
So, we have a few minutes more left, and we're now going to shift gears a little bit. The topic given to me was actually to chair a session on medical ethics, quote unquote, but we wanted to talk about terminally ill and so on. But there is another aspect of medical ethics that I want to actually bring in, which is kind of long overdue. And that essentially is the ethics of the influence of industry to physicians. So, fortunately, now the courts and also the Medical Council of India, the National Medical Council, has got new rules and regulations, which is long awaited. Now, I'm not saying that this is a problem only for India. It happens the world over, you know. And they found that some folks who have written guidelines were paid about $100,000, and then they go to the guideline committee. So I would use this forum that at least through the PENSA and in the Indian Society for Parental Nutrition, that we have to police ourselves.
Yes.
And we have to be absolutely sure that we don't get unusually, I would say, maybe that's not the right word, influenced by the industry. Dr. Mani, you're the expert in.
You see, conflict of interest is a very, very important fact. Now, if somebody is making a guideline, now the primary rule should be that you don't have a conflict of interest, otherwise you would have to recuse yourself. It is not enough only to declare conflict of interest. It's also important to know what influence it would play on the guideline that you're making, and if that is found to be significant, you should not be made a member, or if you've been made a member, you should recuse yourself. I think this is what should happen in India. In India, the concept of COI is not strong enough to influence the goings on the ground. Okay, it is just a bland one slide saying that I've got affiliations like this, but what good is that if you're just declared affiliation, but still your participation in decision making on that particular product? Now, I do believe in personal discipline, but I don't think you can leave it to personal discipline alone. No country can allow that unregulated, medical practice. Our regulatory systems have to come up to speed, and that any what do you call consideration given to the physician is going to be scrutinized and should come under the scale.
So may I add, it is not only the physician, from what I understand, Dr. Mani, is also the physician's family. Even the spouse or somebody else, because money can be channelized even through your driver. You see,
Yes.
so that is the true things. We want to urge discipline, and as you see, the society here, it's even though we have a lot of industry participation, all the talks are non-branded. We never use the name of a particular talk. So we are
when it is terminally ill, we cannot consider them as a patient. He's a human being like
human
us.
being.
He's a human. We cannot call all the time patient because there is no treatment at all. When there is no treatment, there is no patient name. So it's only person. We have to. That is the first thing. So it's not a medical thing. It's not only a medical thing.
Yeah.
So when you are talking of the medicines, maybe the dietary recommendations also, we cannot calculate all the time the sodium value is like this and calcium is this much and protein is this much. It is not at all meaningful at this juncture. What is the patient, where the patient getting the pleasure? Sorry, I'm using it. Where the person is getting the pleasure. We have to look for the pleasure. There is no nutritional recommendations at when you are saying terminally.
So a way that I have been doing in my practice is, what would I do if I'm in the patient? Okay, classic example that some of our dietitians will also understand. Let's say there is a superior mesenteric artery thrombosis. There is no small bowel at all. You have to be on parenteral nutrition for the rest of your life. First of all, not affordable without insurance in India. Even with insurance, you can't afford it. What do you want to do? So then you have to ask yourself, what would I do? You see, but then the age comes into the picture. What would I do if I'm a 35-year-old person doing it? So that's one thing I teach my residents, Dr. Mani, that what you put yourself in it. For example, in terms of nutrition, I tell my trainees, when you go home in the car, sit in the parking lot, go through all your patients. Have I fed my ICU patients adequately? If you haven't fed your patient, you have no right to have your dinner. You have to go back to the hospital, write your enteral order, and then go back. So can we?
It is about the matter of pleasure. It's about the feeling. No, food is most of it. It's a feeling. At that time, he won't feel any hunger. It's not. It is only the feeling. So, some of them, my patient. Maybe I have a patient of 12 years. So he's asking, "Am I feeling to eat a biryani, chicken biryani?" But he's unable to take. But I'll give it to him, ask him to chew it, and ask him to spit it. That's happening. Another side, I'm just giving a small feed, IV fluid for the only for the hydration. Slowly, I am just reducing that, educating the family also, but to give that at least a feeling to the person, hydration just make him comfortable. I'm giving that hydration, not for the feeding the body, and some food for his pleasure for the tongue. So he is enjoying the both. It is about the life for the enjoyment only.
And then also we find that most people die with dignity.
Exactly.
They're very happy. Of course, we didn't talk about dialysis, but I'm sure dialysis is also in the same.
Yes, exactly.
So I don't have any final comments unless you gentlemen want to make some final comments. We can close the session.
I think the whole emphasis should be on suffering, as Dr. Anjaneyali says. The emphasis should be on the person, and as Dr. Sriram says, emphasis should be on what we are actually doing. Taking a step back from the bedside. Overall, what the goals are, what we are trying to do. So it is not just about nutrition. It's about how, if the goal of care is dignity in death and comfort in death, then our whole focus should be there, not just on the calorie requirement of the patient and making good that calorie.
Thank you very much. We'll close the session.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a nice session. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you can try.
But it's not.
No, yeah, I'll tell you.
Mhm.
joiners will be joining in this questions. Joy. See, any technical questions?
No, but I want to ask the people to
Questions. Just
less
only
about I will study. Do you think I can start?
the thing is actually our time is fixed.
That's why.
Maybe some of the people have planned to do this. So we don't want to lose the chance.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Simona Ballarelli from Cosmed Company, a company based in Italy and manufacturing metabolic devices. So it's a great pleasure to be here with you today and have the opportunity to present you our new generation of metabolic monitor, Q Energy Plus, an indirect calorimeter. Actually, indirect calorimetry is considered the gold standard technique for the measurement of resting energy expenditure in clinical settings. Actually, each metabolic process is related to consumption of oxygen and production of carbon dioxide. And the indirect calorimeter devices measure this gas exchange and therefore can calculate the resting energy expenditure of the individual through the Weyer equation. So why we decided to create a new device? Because even if the importance of indirect calorimetry was well declared, it was still not used in clinical practice because of some technological barriers. So like the cost of the calorimeter devices, the management of these systems, so calibration, maintenance, and the complexity of test connections and data interpretation. So the aim of introducing a new device was to demolish these kind of barriers. So the Q Energy Plus is the result of an international multicentric study whose aim was the development and validation of a new calorimeter used for the measurement of energy expenditure in ICU patients. The study has been led by world-class institute in the field of nutrition support in intensive care units, like with important names like Professor Claude Pichard, Professor Pierre Singer, and Professor Metteberger, and other important names in this field. It was founded by Aspen Society and ASICM, and Cosmed has been the sole industry partner in this project. Actually, Aspen guidelines are recommending energy expenditure as the first technique, first method to determine energy expenditure in mechanically ventilated patients. So the grade of recommendation is B with a strong consensus of 95%. And the second statement is if indirect calorimetry is not available, so rather than determining energy expenditure through predictive equation, the recommendation is using the VO2 from pulmonary arterial catheter or deriving from the VCO2 derived from the ventilator. Our device has different validations. One on the accuracy of and precision of the instrument when using the canopy dilution mode. And the usability, it is actually considered a very easy to use device for the measurement of the resting energy expenditure in ventilated patient, and it is validated against mass spectrometry to ensure the gas accuracy. The system has been certified as in class 2A of the Medical Device Directive and class 2 of the FDA. And it is intended for measuring resting energy expenditure in ventilated patients and spontaneously breathing subjects through the use of a canopy or a mask. Device main feature is that it is an individual instrument, so it is measuring the resting energy expenditure of each individual, so it is not estimating but measuring. It is accurate because it has been validated in vitro and in vivo. Very quick to use since the test lasts from 10 to 15 minutes without the need of a calibration. And it's very easy to use and compact. It has a portable design and it's operating with batteries, so no need to connect it to a main. And it's safe, it's easy to clean, and it's used with single patient kit. Reports can be exported from the device in PDF or CSV format and can be exported through the use of a USB key or via Bluetooth. And or they can be also downloaded in the PC through the software Omnia. Now I would like to show you a video which is introducing us the Q-Energy, the instrument, and which has been done with the collaboration of Professor Claude Pichard.
The prescription of nutrition has to be based on accurate parameters, just like for any other medical prescriptions. This is important because the energy needs vary according to the type of clinical procedures as well as the type of clinical conditions such as infection, cancer, or other diseases. Indirect calorimetries allow to determine with accuracy the energy need of the patient in almost any clinical conditions. And because of that, it allows to optimize the nutrition prescription according to the patient needs and to improve the impact of nutrition on the clinical evolution. The new calorimeter, Q-Energy, has been developed by clinicians for clinicians and provides accurate results, is easy to handle, provides clinically relevant information within 10 to 15 minutes, and is affordable. The goal is to do one measurement before any new nutrition prescription, as well as to repeat the measurement to follow up with the dynamic evolution of the needs during the disease or the medical procedures. The calorimeter provides a report where you find the measured energy expenditure. In order to avoid underfeeding or overfeeding, those have been shown to be deleterious to the patient. This value becomes the target of the nutrition prescription.
So thank you for listening. If you are interested to have additional information, we are exhibiting here in the exhibition room. Yeah, and we will welcome at the booth. Thank you.
We have a panel discussion. Within 5 minutes, it's going to start. Just 5 minutes.
Can I request the
participants sitting in the end to come forward, please. We're going to start the next session on the panel discussion, so it will be nice if you sit in front.
Hello. May I request all the delegates who are sitting in the back tables, can you please come in front? Request you all. Please come in front. Thank you all.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to Dr. Ravinder Reddy for inviting this team today for our ICNS session. So I'm Dr. Liza Francisco from the Philippines. I'm the current chair of the ICNS of Aspen, and I will be chairing this session today. With me are our moderators, Dr. Theo Wong, a pediatric gastroenterologist, previous or immediate past chair of ICNS, and he's based in Birmingham, UK. And of course, our woman of the whole Congress, Dr. Radha Reddy Chadha, the chief clinical dietitian of AIG Hospitals, and based here in Hyderabad. So I'll ask the moderators to introduce our panelists.
So first we have Maria Caleo, who is one of the pediatric surgeons from Sao Paulo in Brazil. And then he needs no introduction. Actually, he's the superstar, Professor Gil Hardy, who is the Emeritus Professor of Clinical Nutrition from New Zealand. And then we have Vanessa Fuchs, who is the clinical nutritionist from Mexico City.
So today we'll be discussing the application of Aspen guidelines, specifically on intracutaneous fistulas. So Theo, you have the floor.
I thought you were going to read. So the first case study, we have a 45-year-old female who had a total hysterectomy and had multiple abdominal surgeries. So intraoperatively had adhesions which were removed, and then had primary repair of the transverse colon perforation, and then had segmental ileal resection with primary anti-anastomosis as well. So the post-operative course was quite rocky, so had an ileal perforation in day 3, and then had wound dehiscence in day 6, with bilious drainage as well. So with respect to feeding, what does the audience think we should be doing for this patient? Do we think that we should be feeding or shouldn't be feeding? And if you think that we should be feeding, what sort of feeding should we start? So PN was the first. So we need to think about what the guidelines are saying. So there are 7 recommendations in the Aspen guideline, and the level of evidence using the grade system. So mostly the recommendations are low or consensus only. But are there any other guidelines that we can use? So we found that actually in terms of nutritional management on an intracutaneous fistula, that there is a meta-analysis. There's also the Aspen guideline as well. So, what factors would best describe the nutritional status? So, maybe perhaps we should get Dr. Rada to comment. Or you can comment on what you think would be the best.
See, the first question, how do you assess nutritional status and who performs the assessment? The nutritional assessment is generally done by the dietitian using a validated tool in the hospital. It could be an SGA, it could be an NRS 2002, that's for screening and assessment. Then it could be MUST. We use a modified MUST in the hospital, and now we are trying to change it to GLIM. Then, the next question?
So, I guess the next question is, in your hospital, is there any way of actually finding out that a patient does have intracutaneous fistula? Because that's the first step, isn't it? Identifying these patients. So, do you have a very good relationship, say, with the surgeons, that then they actually call you whenever there is an issue?
Yeah. What generally happens is in the surgical rounds, there is a dietitian who follows the surgeon during their rounds in the daily rounds after the surgery is over. There's a dietitian posted in the surgical ICU too. And if we have this intracutaneous fistula happening in a patient, this is identified to us as early as possible, and then the intervention is discussed.
What about Vanessa?
Well, first we have to assess again the patient. That is, we assessed everyone, or we screened everyone, and whenever there is a situation like that we have a patient in risk, then they call the nutrition support service or our service, the clinical nutrition service, and we assess and we decide what type of nutrition, whether the patient has already the catheter or not. If the patient doesn't have a central line, then we can start with peripheral parenteral nutrition and ask them to place a line, because we don't do it, the surgeons do, or the nurses who know how to place PICC catheters as well. So either they come and place the catheter, then we start parenteral nutrition, but this transition wouldn't last more than 2 or 3 days. Mm-hmm.
And Maria, do you, in your institution, use serum protein or albumin as part of the prognostication of how well your patient do?
Well, I'll say we do collect the bloods, but they are not very sensitive markers, so I don't think we get any decision based on it.
Okay.
Yeah. We seem to have assumed that we're going to start early parenteral nutrition. Is that accepted by everyone? I'm not sure that that's necessarily the case. Just because the president said parenteral nutrition, we don't have to agree with him.
Well, we can take a vote. Who?
There is a mic. The mic behind.
We have to differentiate between a simple, straightforward intra-atmospheric fistula or intracutaneous fistula versus an intra-atmospheric fistula in a hostile abdomen. That is a hostile abdomen. We already had 2 surgeries and he's pouring out bile, and in the picture that certainly looks. So in this particular case, right, it is better to go, his resting energy expenditure is sky high. So there's no way, even if you give minimal enteral fees, there's no way you can actually do that. So in a simple, straightforward ECF, yes, we can give, even if it's a low output fistula, yes, definitely you can use, attempt to actually use, in my view, at least that's what I would do. But in a hostile abdomen such as this, I'll take a step back and then see. But meanwhile, I need to look at what I'm giving the patient. So initially I'll start, but I haven't ruled out feeding through the enteral route. Right? So in this particular, that depends on the patient's, how the patient is doing. Right? There are many things to look at. One thing is I would look at the albumin not from the nutritional point of view, but from the how severely the patient is ill. If the albumin is low, that tells me my patient is at a potentially he can become very, very sick. That's all it tells me. It will not tell me anything about the nutrition status. If whenever I do an anastomosis, if it is less than albumin is less than 2.5, I don't do an anastomosis, I do a stoma. So in that way, I do use the albumin, but not to make any major decisions as far as nutrition is concerned. Now, for your question of how do I know how the patient is doing, there are no biochemical tests or lab parameters. So you have to, look at the patient holistically, how the patient is doing, how does he look at, and, you talk to the patient who is not intubated. Is he opening his bowels to natural route? And if so, what is the consistency? Is it loose? That means his bowel is not functioning properly. If he's got a formed stool, that means there is some element of intestinal function retained in them. Probably I'll slowly, push for enteral. But then I'll not stop PN suddenly and go to enteral. So the transition feeds are something very dicey. We are in a gray area. So gradually I need to increase that. So there is no simple way I can actually explain how do I know the patient is improving. It's a comprehensive way in which we have to look at all the parameters, which also includes the lab parameters. But if there are any other suggestions.
So maybe Liza, you can tell us about how the nutrition status differ between different guidelines.
Okay. So on the slide, we have the different parameters based on the American Society versus the European Society. Not really versus. So the key point here is you need to screen and assess. So just to review, for the Aspen and Philanpe, I forgot the Philanpe. It's based on the subjective global assessment, which includes intake, weight loss. They also look at the loss of muscle mass and subcutaneous fat. They check for accumulation of fluids or edema. And they also check for diminished functional status. For example, hand grip strength using a dynamometer or handshake. And objective parameters such as serum albumin, which should be taken at baseline before everything happens or on admission. Whereas the European Society quantifies the weight loss, so it's greater than 5% over 3 months or 10% in 6 months. They check for the BMI, so it's computed if it's less than 18.5. And they've used the nutritional risk screening or NRS 2002. They also employ anthropometrics, and for muscle mass, they also use VIE. So this is a photo, an actual photo of this patient's fistula with, on the right, it has the bag, like a colostomy bag to drain the effluent from that fistula. So sorry if there are people eating in the audience. And
it's before lunch.
It's before lunch. And any comments on the fistulogram? So this was actually done on the patient, and it had contrast and shows that there is actually a connection between the bowel and the skin.
So the second recommendation in the Aspen guidelines is that what is the route that is preferred for nutritional therapy? And we've already spoken about perhaps PN would be, in this particular case, the first thing to think about. But what the guideline actually says also is to assess the maturity of fistula, I think, which is what Dr. Ravi was talking about, is the fistula actually formed and matured and it's working? And if that is, then that might dictate whether EN feeding is possible. So, Dr. Rada, do you think that that's what you use in your hospital in terms of like does the surgical team actually look at the maturity of the fistula before they decide EN or not?
Yeah, whether to start EN and PN from the dietetic point of view, we initiate only after the surgeon has told us. So the maturity is something that the surgeon would identify and then give us an indication that you can start this method of intervention. And that's when our role starts. So, of course, to feed or not to feed and which modality to feed is decided depending on the status of the fistula for sure.
Yes, I just want, neither of the guidelines or anyone else has mentioned measuring CRP to determine if this lady has inflammation. Would that be normally routinely measured? And if it's high, would that affect the judgment of the method of nutrition support chosen? Or would some other therapy be required first to to manage the inflammation?
Yeah.
I can say that from a pediatric perspective, that the CRP probably would have been used initially to see whether it's trending down or not. And then also, I think that if there is other surgical worries about that, actually the patient is getting worse, then of course, is there any intra-abdominal abscess that is happening, etc., then you would use CRP. But I don't think that CRP should be routinely used longitudinally to actually assess the maturity of a fistula or not.
If I happen to know, or for some reason the patient has had a CRP done, I'll keep that in mind, because down the line maybe I won't chase CRP, but somewhere if the patient is improving or not, I'd like to just monitor CRP. Hey, okay, let's say if it was, for the sake of discussion, let's say it was 25, right? And if it's reducing, I said, okay, my patient is on the right path. And if it's increasing further, let's say it was 10 or 7 or 8 and it's increasing, I said, okay, something is going wrong and am I missing something? So from that point of view, CRP definitely something like a prognostic marker rather than a diagnostic marker as such, right?
Any other comments from audience? No?
Professor. You.
So, so now that we've decided that this patient actually needs nutrition, what is the protein and energy intake that gives us the best outcome here? So either Vanessa or Liza, would you like to take us through that recommendation?
So the guidelines state that in computing for the total protein requirement, we use the factor 1.5 to 2 grams per kilo per day, going up to as much as 2.5 grams per kilo per day. So how do we go about that? In our country, we, aside from PN, 3-in-1, three chamber bags, we also have pure protein, which can augment that protein so we can side drip it or Y-line it. And it's usually around 25 grams to 40 grams per bottle on top of the 60 grams, which is in the bag. So I think we're able to hit those requirements parenterally.
Also, we have to take into account how much creatinine the patient has, because when you have a patient that is losing also a lot of fluids because of the fistula or whatever, we have to make sure that the renal function is fine to be able to prescribe so much protein. So first of all, we have to see if the patient is young and he's doing fine renally, then you prescribe, and you can even prescribe, I guess, even more than 2.5 if necessary. But if the patient has a acute renal failure, first you have to solve that situation, and then to increase the protein that you're going to give. And well, the type of protein is also important. Yeah. The type of protein, well, we have to give the best protein possible to be able to close that fistula. So the higher quality protein that we know must come either from probably whey protein or casein or some protein that it's really highly bioavailable. So that is one important situation. And then we can give other type of nutrients to favor the closing of the fistula, like, for example, vitamin C, zinc, and other specific ones.
Would you give glutamine?
Yes, I would. Of course, glutamine is one of them. Yeah.
Well, I agree to everything what Vanessa has said. But what we generally do as a practice in at least my hospital is we also look at the amount of output of the fistula. That tells us whether we should really look into trying to meet a higher protein requirement. Otherwise, stay at where we are and stabilize the patient in terms of renal parameters and then escalate again depending on the output. If the output is going to be very high, then we want to really give a high protein infusion. Yeah.
Can I just ask though, is there a difference in terms of between different countries about how you go about providing that protein? Do you generally all give enteral nutrition related protein, or can you actually give, like say, blended rice diet type protein?
Okay.
So let me just explain this slide. So it shows that in the first 3 days, it was, the first day was pure parenteral nutrition at low amount of calories, and then eventually combined with oral. So it's PN and oral. So oral is the green one. And then after day 7, I'm sorry, the colors are different. So and for the calories, it started off as an enteral, and then combined with parenteral, and then later weaning the parenteral nutrition and starting oral, ramping up the oral calories. For protein, it started also as an enteral, but with supplemental PN to deliver that amount of protein. And then similar to the calorie yield, the protein intake was also eventually weaned from parenteral, and the oral protein was ramped up. So that's what was given to the patient. So combination.
Yeah. Yeah. The type of protein has, when we're giving parenteral, the type of protein is generally not, because it's a 3-in-1 bag, and of course, to that, to increase the protein requirement, we add supplemental parenteral nutrition. As Eliza said, we add the amino acids, which is like 50 grams in 500 ml, the 10% amino acids that is there, that we add on to the fluid. Depending on the fluid requirements, we add how much ever is required. But when it comes to enteral, yes, we do, as Professor Gill has said, that we do use glutamine in these patients, but mostly, yes, a polymeric formula is used where the protein is an intact protein. But then certain places, or for that matter, at least in my place, the practice is a little different, where we kind of have every patient on a peptide-based formula. So this is something that we use, but not a general practice across the country. Polymeric formula is what is always used, but in my hospital specifically, we use a mix of polymeric and a peptide formula in 24 hours. And it is a continuous feeding if it is enteral, and to that. Oral, of course, we do give an oral diet which they can tolerate. To that, ONS is added on depending on the protein requirements that we are supposed to satisfy. And that could be a peptide based, or that could be an intact protein too, depending on what is the requirement and whether the patient would really appreciate drinking a peptide based formula in regards to the taste. All that is taken into consideration and then advised accordingly.
And in addition to polymeric or peptide-based feeds, we can also give modulars. So modular proteins like whey protein, soy protein on top of the combination ONS and feeds, if ever. And glutamine.
Well, Theo mentioned blenderized diets. This is becoming increasingly popular. Are you using them in Birmingham? Yeah.
Probably not in the setting of a ECF, but probably in other setting, clinical setting, we'll be using blenderized diet. And I've heard quite a few talks during this meeting about and questioning about using blenderized diet as well.
So when to go back, when with a blenderized diet you started? When you started oral.
Okay. So how is your blenderized diet? It's made in the kitchen or is it a packed formula? Because the lectures which I heard is talking about a natural product which is packed and given to us ready to use, not that is made in the kitchen, because that's something that I really have a question on. So
that's quite an interesting question. So we have, in pediatrics anyway, we have something called Pediatric Complete, which is, like you say, it's commercially available, made from real food. And then what we would sometimes do, because the parents and the family want to have a more natural way of preparing food, etc. So they would progress from that to a home-based blenderized diet with, of course, advice from the dietitians about how to prepare it in a microbiologically acceptable level, etc.
do you have a challenge meeting the protein requirements when it is a blenderized diet?
Absolutely. So that's why the transition between using a formula base to oral base, it sometimes takes a long time, because what you want to do is to make sure that the caloric requirement is satisfied and the protein requirement is satisfied throughout that whole process, and not just think about what is the food that we're giving.
Well, we use a lot of blenderized diets when we're in the public hospital because of the cost. And I mean, it's kitchen based. So that's what we use. I mean, I don't work with children per se, but in the adult population, whenever we have, not in enterocutaneous fistula, but in general, we do use it a lot because that's the only way that we can deal with it.
So how do you make sure that your blenderized diets are safe? Now,
I
that's one
can't
thing
make
that we
sure
always have
because they go home.
Yes,
So I
that
mean,
is-
we
It's
give
home.
advice and we at home, not in the hospital. In the hospital, we take care. But once they leave, they cannot pay the.
Yeah, understand.
But I guess with a lot of families, they don't really want to get infection,
Yes.
so they would do their utmost to make sure that they prepare it the way that they're being taught.
I assume the blenderized diet would be quite well enhanced with micronutrients, but I wonder if the same is true for the parenteral nutrition. It's very easy to forget the micronutrients when you're starting parenteral nutrition with a multi-chamber bag, for example, that don't contain any micronutrients. Is it routine for everyone to add micronutrients to the PN from day one?
Yes.
I'll answer. So that in our hospital we add it separately. We don't add it to this thing. We use a 50 ml normal saline and we use it in that zinc and the other trace elements. But generally we tend to add as much as possible. Avoid adding anything to the 3-chamber bag.
Okay. Any other experience from other countries or other centers that you'd like to share? No? Okay. So the next guideline statement is that if the fistulitis is associated with better outcomes than standard care, what is it that we need to look at? So this is probably very much up Professor Hardy's alley. So chyme reinfusion. How would you infuse the chyme, and any practical barriers that you think that we need to do? Because the suggestion is that we should be using chyme reinfusion. Gil?
Yes, well, I have to admit a bias because I've been very much influenced by my surgeon and dietetic colleagues in Auckland who now have a very good system for reinfusing chyme. And it seemed, as I said in my lecture yesterday, it seemed such a waste to be throwing away all of these litres and litres of very nutritious fluid. And it's partly because of the practical difficulties in the past, but now that we have a system where it can be reinfused in a closed system that the patient can be trained to do very easily after discharge, for example, then it can help to wean the patient from PN to EN and oral much more quickly. So to answer the question, I'd say physiologic lysis is not the same as chyme reinfusion. I think the guidelines do mix it up, and I confess I did as well to start with, but I was informed by one of the leading dietitians in the UK at the BAPEN meeting last week that it's not the same. Fistulolysis is distal administration of an enteral feed, and chyme reinfusion, as the name implies, is reinfusion of chyme. So that, I think, needs to be redefined in the guidelines.
So that actually brings up a really good and important question then. So if you are starting this whole process and actually giving your patient some enteral nutrition, do you think that it should be after the chyme has come out and then putting enteral nutrition in, and so that the distally you will be able to absorb it, or actually give enteral nutrition from up the top and then collecting everything and then putting it back?
Yes, well, it depends on the patient, I think. And I think most patients in our experience would be started on PN, and then as soon as the output is sufficient, and it's usually collecting a minimum of 200 ml in the stoma bag, then you can start reinfusion, the chyme reinfusion, and then it's just a question of monitoring from when you can start. But as soon as it starts, we found from practical experience you could start to trickle feed or start the enteral nutrition, and then move down to the dietitian monitoring it, really. So it's important to include your stoma nurse in your multidisciplinary team. And for, it's not, oh, okay, sorry, it's not working? Oh, it is working, okay, yes. And it comes down to dietetic and nursing monitoring as to when you move and increase the amount of enteral feed.
To basically feed from the top. Yes. Do you do that as well?
We do that here in our country, but it's manually done. We do not have an equipment as what Professor Gill has said. So what we generally do is it's collected and then reinfused again. We have a Y connector where there's a gravity bag or an infusion pump attached to the bag, and the chyme is infused from one bag, and then the feed runs through another bag, and it's not interrupted. Both go side by side. Depends on how much is the output. We collect it at certain intervals of time and reinfuse it.
Dr. Radha, you also had a presentation about the adequacy of intake. So Dr. Radha is also a chyme reinfusion guru.
We actually presented a paper here at PenSA 2022, which I was also referring this to Professor Gill when I had gone for Aspen, that initially it was just given instructions that we feed, but there was no set protocol for us to how to feed, what to do with the enteral feeding, while we refeed the chyme. So we set in a protocol. We tried to see what is the adequacy of nutrition that we can achieve with chyme refeeding, and then set it a system where both go simultaneously, so that the benefit of both is provided to the patient without any disturbances. So that's something that we did, and we presented that at the conference.
So we did a survey on some colleagues from Asian countries, and we can see here that all of them answered yes to primary infusion, but we don't have any machines. I'd like to ask the audience if there's any experience with not manual machines, maybe Japan, Dr. Ryoji or Dr. Michio. Any machines in none in Japan? So it's manually done, or it's not done. Manually done. So I guess our colleagues in Auckland are more advanced. So you have machines, less messy.
Yes, when my colleague Professor Bissett first started, they were doing it manually, and one of his long-term, very faithful, hard-working nurses said if there was anything in her nursing career that would make her give up nursing, that was manually transferring the Kayan. So she was very happy when the engineers came up with the closed system device.
So incidentally, we have a primary infusion therapy webinar on December 7 and 8, and Gil will be the moderator, and this will be by the ICNS, the Aspen International Clinical Nutrition section. It will be online, and we will post it so that you can, it's free, so that you can join.
So the next statement is about immune enhancing formulas, whether they actually give better outcomes than standard formulas. So the recommendation says that actually there is no such evidence that exists at the moment, but it was interesting to hear Vanessa actually saying that you definitely use glutamine. Yes, and also here in AIG as well, you use glutamine. Can you tell us a bit about the thought process about why you think why would you definitely be using glutamine?
Well, we use glutamine in sachets. We do have them available. They're a little expensive, but still, I mean, it's the possibility of acquiring is high. And the fact that we can use glutamine may improve the absorption of the remaining gut or the useful gut. So we expect that with that, it will improve the fistula as well. So if we can do it IV and orally, that would be great. Otherwise, orally, it will be enough to be able to improve the absorption in the remaining mucosa of the gut. Mm-hmm. Gil?
Yes, anyone else?
Dr. Reddy?
Dr. Reddy, Ravi?
Glutamine, we use it a lot. Apart from absorption, my logic is that glutamine is a fuel for the enterocytes.
Mm-hmm.
So it helps in rapid healing. And yes, definitely that will be the first. I'll think of glutamine first and then the other types of protein a bit later on. And what Vanessa said is between whey and casein, I would prefer whey because it's rapidly absorbed, because casein takes a while to be absorbed, right? And I want the whey to get into the system and do what it is supposed to do.
Yes.
That's very encouraging to hear. Yes, the glutamine story has been a source of great frustration to me. I think if we all sat down as experts in nutrition to design a balanced amino acid formula, we would naturally include glutamine as one of the most important amino acids. And the reason it wasn't and hasn't been included routinely is because of its heat instability. But now it's available as oral, then I think it should be used. It's a situation of being confused by the trials in intensive care with dipeptide, and in my opinion, the dipeptide isn't the same as the L-glutamine, but that's another story. But I'm very encouraged that as an important amino acid, is included in these therapies.
Mm. Mm.
So the next guideline statement actually talks about, does the use of somatostatin or somatostatin analog provide any better outcomes of standard therapy? So things like octreotide or lanreotide, do they actually have any success? So do your hospitals actually use octreotide or lanreotide in order to control stomal output from ECF? Yeah, or
No, we do not use, at least in the ECF. The only place we use somatostatin analogs are in case following ripples or something, if this pancreas is too soft and only the patient develops, or it's a prolonged surgery, the dissection is very extensive, then we use octreotide or somatostatin analogs at 3 milligrams in 5% dextrose over 6 hours. Otherwise, we do not use it in simple, straightforward ECF.
any other experience elsewhere, maybe in Japan?
Dr. Ryoji, Fukushima.
Well, thank you. I do not have a lot of experiences, but sometimes we can use it, but maybe expensive and not routinely used in our countries. No, but in special cases, we can use it.
And Gail mentioned that in Australia and New Zealand, they have two types. Short-acting one and long-acting one. Are they
Which is the octreotide and lanreotide. Yeah.
Okay.
Lanreotide usually is given every 2 weeks or every month or so, depending on the activity, I think, I suppose.
So the long-acting one is the more expensive one. Okay. So you see on the slide from the survey that we did within PENSA, there are different answers. In most countries, it is expensive. I'm surprised to see that in Korea, it's not expensive. So maybe we should ask our friends from Korea to send some to us.
Can I ask a silly question? If you're successfully reinfusing chyme, why would you want to control fluid output?
I mean, for me, it would be depending on how much is coming out, because sometimes, especially in children, it could be like 100 mils per kilo. That's quite a lot, and then you may not be able to reinfuse everything that you're taking out. So therefore, you need to control the output from upstream somehow. But any other experience in terms of why? Well, we heard that you don't use it really in India. So the next statement is about when home PN therapy is indicated. So the expert opinion thought that when the patient is medically stable and the fistula output is manageable, then and you're not thinking about surgery repair, then that would be the time when thinking about home PN instead of having your patient stay in hospital. So I guess the first question is home PN available in your country? So we might...
Yeah, so agree with you. The patient needs to be stable to go home, and you need to be not at that phase where you need to correct electrolytes from time to time. So then you have to keep the patient at the hospital. But yes, we do have home PN, but it is available usually for those who have insurance. So it's 25% of the population, not everyone. And at the public system, if you are in the program and you have one intestinal rehab team to deal with you, you may get home PN in the public system, but it's just few cases. It's not common yet in Brazil. So mainly all those home PN patients are in the private systems, and then the insurance pays for it.
Yes, we do have quite a number of patients on home PN, and we do not have insurance paying for that. The insurance is paid when they are in the hospital, but at home, it's out of pocket. All our patients are out of pocket payment for the home PN.
Here and in our side of the world, it depends on the insurance company that the patients have. Most of them have insurance companies that pay for it. Some of them pay out of their pockets, and the people who are going home from the public hospital, we can't do anything about it because there is no way to pay for that, and they can't. So stay in the hospital or decide to leave. Yeah, sad.
So when we asked again our neighbors, most of them or all of them had home PN available in different degrees. So some were done by established home care teams, in some countries by nutrition specialists like freelance, and some covered by the government, and in other countries out of pocket like in India. So in New Zealand and Australia, they have a stoma team that can visit at home. In the Philippines, we have a stoma team, but they're only in the hospital. They don't visit the patients at home. And thank you to Drs. Rioji and Dr. Michio for being here. I knew that you will be here. That's why I asked for questions, answers from those who are absent today. And thank you for sharing about home PN. I know home PN is well established in Japan.
Yes,
Thank
and
you, Doctor.
national insurance almost all covered it, and even after the discharge.
After discharge.
Yes, after discharge, and especially for the pediatrics department has some special team taking care of them after the discharge, and so they go there and see, and so some very good system is existing the very big cities.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Dr. Mariyama, if this patient with fistula was sent home in Japan, will the insurance cover it?
I think so.
They will?
Yes.
100%?
Not 100%. That is depending on the situation, but about 10% to 30%.
10 to 30%.
Can I just ask a question in terms of, because with home PN, there's a lot of equipment, a lot of setup, and I think in countries where space is at a premium, and Japan, I know that, the living spaces is very small unless you're very rich. And
No,
also,
not
I
rich.
guess and also in other countries where that could be a factor as well. How do you get over those issues, practicality issues?
Actually, the Dr. Ryoji and Michio, mine, is a gastrointestinal surgeon. And so I did not know exactly for most cases it's pediatrics. And so I saw it. Do you know that?
I'm not really know about the pediatrics. So in the surgical situation, sometimes if you, in the situation that you cannot go home because the family's situations and everything, they have to stay in the hospital. But if there is a possibility and the families can take care of, then they can go home and the insurance can cover like most of the cases.
I was wondering if any of you have any step-down unit, like not the main hospital, but any other facility where the patient could be if the home is not appropriate for that, because that's an option. You don't have to stay with the patient at the hospital.
Yeah. For patients who stay long term, who need long term care, For them, we have what is called as a rehab center where they are taken care of their immediate requirements and which is less cost as compared to staying in a hospital. That's there in India. But we do not have a formal home care team. So it's the dietetic team which takes care, the dietetic team which works in the hospital extend their work and take care of patients who are on home PM. But a formal team to take care of home care is not there. Some of them do go to rehab centers, so there is a dietitian there in the rehab center who will take care. But then they are in touch with us in any collaborative work to take care of patients.
So the medical surgical team and also the AI health professionals don't actually go and see these patients at all. Oh, they come back and see you.
Then let me ask you something. When I am talking about sending the patient home, I'm really sending the patient far away because Brazil's not like India, it's a little bit smaller, but it's very big. So I'm sending the patient like 2,000 kilometers from me. And we are going to coordinate the care, but we are not there. So we deal with the local teams and we coordinate the local teams, but the local teams are going home. So we train them. So when you're thinking about discharging the patient home here, are you moving the patient to your city or you're really sending the patient to his first local team?
See, we train the patient's family on how to take care of the patient, and the patient has gone back to their place. There are some of them who stay in and around the hospital for a few months with their own cost till they get tide over the situations of difficulty. But there are some who go back home because they cannot afford the cost that is there in the city where they're taking the treatment. So when they go home, they connect to a local clinic and they explain what has been done in the hospital. They explain it to the local clinic and they take care. But we do not monitor what is happening at the local clinic unless they get in touch with us. So it's like that. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. And we have certain indications which are given to say that if you have these difficulties, do get in touch. And our phone number is there, our mail ID is there. So they get in touch and we do respond to it.
I think one problem is that the family doctors away from the major centres generally know nothing whatsoever about parenteral nutrition, and so I think the advantage that a country like the UK or New Zealand has as one single health service, and that the hospital team also reaches out to the patients when they're home and is involved with the GP. So even though I think we have a good system, we still get comments from patients that they have to go to their GP. They almost have to educate the GP about their catheter care and such forth. So I think there's still much more that we need to do in terms of education.
Can I just ask in terms of size of your service and how many of these patients would you be sending home and home PN? Dr. Ravi, how many of these patients would you send home, say, per month or per year?
Not many. Probably around, at least from my hospital, ours is a 300-bedded hospital, so probably around less than 10 a year or so.
Patients with intracutaneous fistula, yes, it's very less, as Dr. Reddy has said, but that patients on home PN is quite high for us. So we do have at least 3 to 5 patients in a month on an average. Yeah, so these patients are on home PN.
Thank you.
I wanted to mention Poland. So one of our colleagues, Dr. Stanislav Klek, who was with us in ICNS, actually has a home PN hospital in Skawina, Poland. So patients get their central access in that hospital, and the families are trained. The caregivers are trained before the patient goes home, and then they compound the bags and deliver it to the home. So it's like a step down unit, a whole hospital just for home care. So we had 7 guidelines, and thank you to our panelists and moderators and friends in the audience for your very helpful inputs and advice and recommendations. And in closing, I'd like to plug membership, one membership option. There are some people who are asking me about Aspen. So now I need to do my job as an Aspen representative. So we have a GNP program, Global Nutrition Partnership Program, wherein members of international societies like ISPEN can join Aspen at a reduced rate. And so it's like a block membership, and the minimum is just 10 members to become a sister society of Aspen. So please coordinate with ISPEN if you want to be a member next year. And I'd like to invite the audience to join the Aspen 2023 Nutrition Science and Practice Conference. So it's going to be from Thursday to Saturday. That's April 20 to 23 at the Paris, not in Paris, the Paris Hotel in Las Vegas. And this is going to be an in-person and virtual congress, and registration starts in December. And with that, I thank you for your kind attention. Arigato gozaimasu. Terima kasih. Salamat. Grazie, gracias. Obrigada. And I don't know in Indian. Namaste also. Thank you.
Sorry, Liza, but I see we still have some time. But before we leave the discussion about the guidelines, is everyone happy with the guidelines? We've had this discussion now at Aspen a few months ago and here. There's obviously some different approaches. Can we make some sort of plan of action now? Do we stay with the same guidelines based on our international experiences? Do we need to think about an updated guideline with some collaboration between PENSA, Aspen? Dr. Sriram was very strongly in favor of having standardized guidelines that I would also support very much. Is this something that we can initiate from this meeting, perhaps?
Dr. Ravi? I think one world, one guideline. Right. So, and the societies, especially the leading learned societies of the world, such as the American and the European and the Australian, they all need to put their heads together and come up with one uniform guideline, so that the others do not get confused which one to actually follow.
I guess one of the things why we actually wanted to bring the guidelines alive and to discuss it on an international forum is because that to highlight that there are such differences in practices, but also availability of healthcare as well in different countries is very vast. And so how do we tackle making one guideline that's applicable in all countries, knowing that there are differences and the economic situations of the country as well as the patients are very different. So I guess that needs to be thought about as well, how that could intermingle with a guideline that's one for all. That's the challenge, I suppose.
One way is to put aside this block membership and all the other is Aspen and Aspen. I mean, they are behind. How many members are you bringing to our society as block members or not? Put that commercialism aside for a change, right? And let's all get all the societies, the Indian and all these member societies from Asia, all the member societies from Europe, all the member societies from both North and South America, and also the Pacific, and Australia, New Zealand, without any commercialism involved in that, right? And then put our heads together and form one particular guideline. I think this is a huge task, but I personally think it's doable.
Yeah, but I understand what Theo is saying. As doesn't matter which guideline we create, our the true life in every country is very different. So we should have this ICNS. That's why we have the ICNS actually very alive with monthly meetings or something like that to discuss how do we adapt, because the guidelines are good, they are not bad, but maybe in my country I cannot use it, and I'm used to do a kind of adaptation that maybe you could use in your country. So we have to keep discussing it. How do I manage to deal with my different reality? So there's no guideline that we could create that would take in consideration every single detail of every country. So we'll have a good guideline, this one or a new one, but we will always need to talk about it.
Okay. Thank you, Eliza.
So thank you, everyone. And what's next on the program?
We go for lunch and we come back for the closing ceremony. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you very much, and thank you all for being there. Thank you.
One minute, 1 minute. Okay. Wait. One more. Wait. Is back. Yep. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Committee?
These are photos.
Hello.
Huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Camera बात कर.
मेरी भी चाहिए और नहीं कर सकते मैं कितनी मधु 1 minute आप दोनों साथ में हो साथ में रहो साथ में रहो Wait, wait. Really?
I'll just outside. We are there. No, you're okay, but I have to call them. I'll come. Huh? I'll just announce and come. Closing ceremony के लिए कोई नहीं. Could I just request you all to please come ahead because we start closing quickly. Please. मुझे announce कर दो closing का. क्या करें? उसको खोल देंगे तो हो जाएगा उल्टा. इधर से चलेगा.
Hello.
तो इसको थोड़ा पीछे भी ना छोड़ने का. हाँ. ले लूँ? बराबर है. चल निकालो. दीवार. अभी आ जाए.
Hello. Hello. May I request everyone assembled in the hall to please come in for the closing ceremony. It's very important for every one of you all to please come inside because we need to close this fantastic academic event. The industry is requested to please be seated inside right now because without you this would not have been possible. Please be inside. Please, the industry is requested to go inside. You all can come back in a while. Please go inside, please. We would request each one of you to please take the seat inside. It is a humble request that all of you all please come inside, please. We have the closing ceremony to begin. We would like to be in time.
Converge Biotech, Curatic, Cosmed, Dr. Reddy's, Johnson and Johnson, GE Healthcare, please come inside. Converge Biotech, please sit inside the hall. Cosmed, Curatic, please get to the hall, please. Pulse Nutri Sciences, please examine the hall. Grifols, Origin Nutrition, Calren, Signatura, Swati Pearls, Steadfast Nutrition, and Gufic Biosciences, please. Hey. हाय है नो बहुत बार मुझे भूल गया क्या करे बुड्ढा हो रहा हूँ यार कैसे हो मिलता मत आपको खाना खा लिया हाँ जस्ट गेटिंग गिवन द हॉल जस्ट कम I request you all to get into the hall as quickly as possible. We would want to be on time, please. The closing would be followed with the valedictory prize distribution and the official closing. Radha?
Yeah, it's done. All are coming. All are coming. Yeah.
Thank you. Nestle Fresinis Kabi, please enter the hall. From Johnson & Johnson, can you please enter the hall, please? They've gone in. From GE Healthcare? Okay. Please enter the hall, everyone, please. We start the closing ceremony. स्पीकर टर्न कर दो वो स्पीकर टर्न कर दो ना स्पीकर को वो वाला टर्न करना है स्पीकर टर्न कर दो हो गया उधर स्पीकर टर्न किया उधर कौन अच्छा कौन किसा कौन हाँ आ जाए after AGM of the where on the same floor MRG one here on we have to go out. No, don't worry. I told you. Because anyways, the point is there. Close the room. So nobody. It's anyways closed. Mansham, he's gone there. I don't know. He told me to wait. He's gone. We'll have that book. Everyone has it. register. Just get it and get it. I thank her. Because she trusted like to get money because these few of them didn't know who I was. I just said on behalf of that full loan, the full loan. I actually, so much after them, we have some reading to reading, not reading. Yeah. But you know, now I 7.5 lakhs on my mechanical. The industry, we pulled out. My main one, you're doing it in a very costly hotel. Yeah, so
So good afternoon to one and all. A very good afternoon to one and all. Do I begin? Yeah. So if you've heard some fantastic speeches, would have helped you to go home and make a difference in outcomes. If you've been inspired and happy with the program and the hospitality shown by us, if you've enjoyed the last 3 odd days and for once not felt homesick, and if you've made a lot of friends around the globe and you've been in touch with them, talking to them about their culture, and if you've gone a little bit heavy after eating all the good food there, and the only thing that's going to happen to you is you're going to sleep off when you go home, and if as a result of this fantastic academic feat, the Indian Society of Parental Enteral Nutrition has laid a small part in your heart, played a small part in your heart and captured a little bit of your heart, I'd like to give a big round of applause to all of us over here. Thank you very much, and welcome to the closing ceremony of our event. Thank you very much. Yes, we are at the end of this action-packed last 3 days, and I invite the chairperson of this conference, Dr. Radha, to take us through what has happened over here, and also felicitate our great poster presentations and oral presentations. So I request once the prize distribution comes in, Sir Reddy sir, please come and have a for the distribution of prizes.
Prize. Next PPT. Next PPT. A very good afternoon to all of you all, and thank you very much for being here for the closing ceremony. To talk about the closing ceremony, we have a few events. What happened, I will just give you a report of what all happened during this conference of 3 days. Not going down. Yeah, this is the organizing team, and we were fantastic in organizing the whole conference. Dr. B. Ravinder Reddy, the chief coordinator and the president of ISPEN, me, the organizing chairperson, Dr. Ghanshyam, the organizing secretary, and he's fantastic, and of course the bubbling Dr. Sanjeet, who is the chief academic coordinator. Thank you so much for being a great team in organizing this conference. Next slide. Okay, We've had faculty coming from various countries for this conference. We've had the representation of societies from PENSA, from Aspen, ISPIN, OSPIN and Philanpe. We've had 42 international speakers coming from the various countries that are listed there and 40 national speakers during these 3 days of presentations and deliberations. And coming to the evaluation of the abstracts, we've had 125 abstracts that had come for, that were submitted for PENSA 2022. We had the first round of evaluation done by a team of doctors who evaluated all the 125 abstracts. After that, the blinded abstracts which were selected in round 1 were sent to the team of dietitians to do the evaluations of the abstracts. And then once it was again selected for the second round, then again they were blinded and sent to our international team for the final selection of the abstracts for oral or poster. We've had judges like Hemlata, Sudipto, Dr. Kavita, Nivedita and Dr. Bhamini come in to judge the posters at the conference venue. And then coming to the registrations, we've had a total registrations of 621 registrations. And registrations for TNT were 195 and registrations for the LLL were 124. The registrations were done from the countries of India, Iran, Bangladesh, Japan, Indonesia, Egypt, Thailand, Philippines, Iceland, Taiwan, Nepal and Sri Lanka. Thank you. The next one. Announce the prize winners. We have 2 categories of prize winners. When they were evaluated, the 125 posters at level 1, it dropped down to 60. The 60 after that we categorized, all the 60 were selected for posters. Of that, 5 were selected for posters of distinction and 5 for oral. So coming to the prize winners, the third prize is me and the topic for the prize was in post-surgical patients. Yes. Prize winners are provided a cash prize.
Maybe I have all of you all on the stage, please, for a pose for a photo.
For any major event to be successful, it's always a team. It's never an individual. And for that, I have a brilliant team, and I thank the team for being with me. At the same time, when you organize an event of this magnitude, I'm sure that there are going to be some shortcomings, and they are usually, because of one person. So all the flag, or if there are any shortcomings, that's my responsibility. So please excuse me. For an event of this magnitude to be successful, I think we need the blessings of God, and I'm really, really thankful that God has been kind to us and ensured that the entire event went on smoothly. For any scientific congress, irrespective of what kind of arrangements you make, the ultimate success is defined by the scientific quotient, by the faculty and the delegates. So my heartfelt thanks to all the faculty, international and national, who have traveled miles across the world to make this a memorable event. And to the wonderful delegates. You may get faculty, but until and unless the halls are full, from the first event to the end of the conference, you will never be able to call that event a successful conference. And for that, I should really, really thank the delegates who have been there right from the first day of the event till the last. A big round of applause to all the delegates for their untiring effort in being in the halls and interacting with the faculty. Well, when we started conceptualizing the PENSA 2022, my team knows how difficult was it for us to get the organization going ahead. And a huge round of applause to my industry partners, without whose help I don't think any one of us would have been here sitting in this beautiful hall, enjoying all the hospitality. So a big round of applause to all the industry partners, Otsuka, Abbott, Nestle, Fresenius, Pulse, Baxter, and the rest of the team. Thank you so much. Without your support, this event would not have been possible. A very, very big round of applause to my audiovisual team from Namdhari, Mr. Dharampal, Mr. Gurmukh. Dinesh is here. Dinesh has been his support has been phenomenal. In fact, there have been many occasions where we just at the last moment called up Dinesh and said, Dinesh, we need this, we need that, and there was not even an iota of doubt. Things were provided. Thank you, Dinesh, so much. Shanti, thank you so much for personally overlooking the entire event. Thank you so much. Well, to put all this together and to make sure that all of us gel as a team and enjoy every part of this mega event, we need somebody, a glue which could have bound together. And I don't think there was anybody better than Meetings and More. Mr. Girish, Kalpana, Zia, Sudhir, Rohit, Neeraj, Vinay, Rani, Shalu, thank you so much. To the media partners who have been kind enough, again who came at the last moment at a very, very short notice, thank you. Thank you very much for covering the event. And lastly, as I said, success of such an event is never ever possible by one individual. So I thank Dr. Ravindra Reddy, Dr. Radha, Dr. Sanjit, who have been behind me and who have had the trust that I could pull it off. Thank you so much, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. Radha? Sir?
One photo. Yeah. So, yeah, Henry Wordsworth once said that the great is the art of starting, or is even more difficult to end an event that I've loved. It's an event that I've loved for certain, and to do that, to close this ceremony, to close this Congress officially, I invite the President of the PENSA and the President of the Indian Society of Parenteral Nutrition to officially close the event.
Thanks all very much, and thank you all.
with this, we end the closing ceremony, and there is one announcement that we'd like to make. It is the decision of the executive committee and the ISPAN authorities that we are going to hold the next annual conference in the city of Mumbai, and it will be in the first half of next year. With this, I invite Dr. Varsha to take us through the AGM. So people who are part of the AGM, please, ISPAN members only to occupy the hall, please. Thank you, everyone else who will leave. Okay, just one more small announcement. Just the next PENSA is going to be held in Taiwan. We'd like to see, they've sent us from Taiwan about that particular Congress. The PENSA event that's going to be held next year. Volume.
On behalf of the organized community, it is our great honor to invite all of you to attend PENSA 2023 in Taipei, Taiwan. The conference will focus on the theme Progress of Mutations in Disease and Therapeutics Modalities. What is the future trend? This will feature over 3 sessions and more than 1,000 participants from all over the world. We have put together a very inspiring program. As of 2023 will be a perfect program for cutting-edge knowledge presentation and active interactions among researchers and clinicians in parental and enteral nutrition. I'm looking forward to meeting my old and new friends at the conference, and hope everyone will enjoy the energetic and beautiful city of Taipei. Your attendance is important to making the conference a great success. Join us at PENSA 2023.
We hope many of us could make it to the Taipei, Taiwan. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I request the ISPAN members. Dr. Ghanshyam?
My apologies, I forgot to mention the effort, the role which was played by Novotel and HICC team. I think they have, gone beyond their protocols, beyond their rules and regulations to indulge us and to accommodate us in every possible way. Thank you, Ankur, Akanksha, Varun, Chef Satya. Thank you so much. Varun, Akanksha, if you can please come onto the stage. Sir. Radha. Thank you, Varun. Thank you, Akanksha. A small token of appreciation from the Pensa team. You have been phenomenal. You have been very, very supportive. Thank you very much.
The intervening 2 years, we had year of their having becoming member, because we need to update all this list with the registrar's office. We had about 13 chapters spread all over India, and we need to revive all those chapters again, so that we are very vibrant in all our activities. And the third thing that we need to do immediately is to call for elections. Dr. Sriram and I will be sending out a communication now that our website is very strong. So please look out for the message as far as the announcement of elections is concerned. So our society is back on following all the rules and regulations as required by the Government of India Societies Act. I now request Dr. Radha, to the organizing chair of PENSA, to update on the PENSA 2022 as well as the 17th annual conference of ISPIN. Dr. Radha. Dr. Radha, what you had summarized in that, please give it to me so that I am able to enter it.
Oh, PPT, first one. Okay. The PENSA 2022, PENSA 2022 happened on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of December. We've had, of course, this is the organizing team, Dr. Ravindra Reddy, me, Dr. Gansham, and Dr. Sanjeev. And the faculty came from various countries like USA, New Zealand, Indonesia, Mexico, Thailand, Sri Lanka, Philippines, Italy, UK, Brazil, Iran, Japan, Switzerland, and Malaysia. We had 42 speakers and international speakers and 40 national speakers representing societies of PENSA, ASPEN, ISPEN, OSPEN, and FALANPE. Then we had posters, 125 posters, reviewed 3 levels, one at the medical doctors level, one at the dietitians level, and one at the international level. And then we had poster judgments also happening live during the poster competitions, and we had judges who had judged the posters. The total registrations for PENSA were 621, TNT registration were 195, LLL registrations were total nutrition therapy is TNT registration. The lifelong learning, which is a part of ASPEN, registrations were 124, and the registrations happened from different countries like India, Iran, Bangladesh, Japan, Indonesia, Egypt, Thailand, Philippines, Iceland, Taiwan, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Radha. Can I invite Dr. Ghansham, the organizing secretary?
Don't have a presentation, PPT. as Dr. Radha has just said, we had close to 621 registrations, about 82 faculty, and we had a separate two workshops, which were pre-conference workshops in the form of TNT and LLL, about close to 200 registrations in TNT and about close to 100 registrations in LLL were received. We had about 22 industry partners. The accounts for the same would be submitted within a short period of time once we close the billings at the venue. We will submit the audited accounts in a very short period of time. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll appreciate that because I think this whole report has to go to the registrar's office.
Yeah.
So keep that.
Please give me some time, right? As soon as the audited accounts are submitted, are done, I'll submit them.
Sure.
Thank you.
you, Dr. Kansham. Can I invite Dr. Sanjit, the academic coordinator, chief academic coordinator, to present his report?
So as we said, we had more than 82 faculties who came in. We had more than 65 posters that were presented, and we also had on-site judging also of these posters. We had quite a bit research projects that have also been submitted over here, and we'll probably have all of these seen on the ISPEN website, and if required we can submit them to you too. These posters and these oral presentations were also awarded in a cash prize by ISPEN and PENSA. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Two important things that needs to be ratified by the members present. The statement of accounts Dr. Sanjit had already circulated. We did it for the financial years starting from 2015-16, 16-17, 17-18, 18-19, 19-20, 20-21, 21-22. All these statements have to be approved by the AGM. Anybody has any questions, they will circulate it to you. If not, all those who agree, please raise your hands as aye. Any nays? Thank you. The accounts are passed. We also made some corrections in our constitution and our bylaws. Earlier, ISPEN had industry members who were also contesting elections. As per the new Government of India Medical Council rules, we are not supposed to have them inducted into the board activities. They cannot be board members, they cannot contest. And hence that modification has been submitted to the registrar's office. And before they approve it, we have to be endorsing it from the AGM. We also made change in the fact that earlier ISPEN had membership that was annual, students and everybody put together, different categories. We have reduced it all only to one category, that is life membership. So that amendment has also been made and submitted. And what we are basically saying that we will be surviving the chapters of each, and rules and regulations on how the chapters will function has also been amended. And all this will be loaded once it is approved by the IGR's office. It will be uploaded on the website. Each one of you are requested to go through it and see how you can assist in seeing that this is implemented in formation of chapters, etc. So we also need your approval. All those who agree with the amendments that I just spelled out, please raise your hands. Any objections? None. Thank you. The motion passes. Yeah, we have to, already Dr. Sanjit has announced that our next ISPEN conferences venue is Mumbai. We definitely need to look into a lot of issues with respect to not having simultaneously clashing with other conferences that might be ongoing. So Dr. Sanjit will communicate the dates. The venue is Mumbai, yes. That's a broad venue. So the exact institution or where it will be conducted and the dates will be communicated shortly. Please look out for that. And we really wish that if we had 700 and odd members on ESPN, I think we should be more than that. I think we anticipate we should be at least 1,500 people who should be participating in Mumbai. So that let's see if we will keep up the enthusiasm of Dr. Sanchit there. Okay. And is there any other matter that the members would like to bring it up and draw our attention that needs answering? Please do so. Any questions, any doubts, or anything that you want to ask? Yes, Doctor.
Hello.
No, the PENSA is very successful one. So everybody will admit it. But I think that whatever the success we have gathered from here, Dr. Sanjeev should take initiative that through all the media and other things, Facebook, Instagram, etc., this success should reach to all the doctors, nutritionists, dietitians who are working in these fields. It should reach there, and it's a proud moment for us also who are with ESPN for quite a long time, almost 2 decades. That the success of this conference should reach more and more to the everybody, particularly all of our members, and I think the ESPN will be growing in a better way from tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kole. Any other comments? Yes.
I wanted to know if the recordings of this PENSA would be given to the members.
ESPN members, yes.
So we have taken some consents for recording, and whichever speakers have consented for recording, because we just can't take it and put it on the site. Whichever have consented would be on the website of Indian Society of Parental Enteral Nutrition, and that will be only for those members who have registered as ESPN members. So you can circulate it among all your people, and it will be there for a finite time. How much time, Reddy sir, we should be keeping it? 4 years, months? Only for 4 months?
No, it would be until you are loading the next year's.
So 1 year, do we keep it 1 year, sir, is saying 4 months? 1 year.
Yeah, I know. Hosting charges will be there. So,
yeah, that's why.
So take that into consideration. We'll have to budget it and then take a decision.
We'll take that once.
When you are giving out the message, we will then you indicate and say that it is for this period.
Yes, but you will get it on the website shortly.
The access for that.
Login ID. The ESPN, every member now has got a login email ID and a password. They can change it how many ever times you want, the email and password. And when you log into that, this will open up. If you don't log in, you will not get it on. It will not show up. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's good enough. Any other? Okay. So it's a great honor for the annual general body that is assembled here to thank Dr. Ravindra Reddy, the president, Dr. Ghanshyam, Dr. Radha, and Dr. Sanjay for not only hosting of PENSA 22, but also of concurrently our 17th annual conference. And it's been a wonderful experience to be on face-to-face interaction as such. We may talk of telemedicine, telenutrition, everything, but the human touch is a different experience. And so thank you all for this wonderful experience that we have all experienced as well as witnessed at Hyderabad. And with that, I close the annual general body of ESPN. Thank you very much.
If at all there's one person who needs ovation itself. those who do not know, she was very, very instrumental in getting back ISPEN accounts, registration, everything. So, a big hand, Varsha. Your innumerable services will be there on the ethos of ISPEN forever. Thank you.